Good evening, everybody. It is Christmas for the football fan as it is draft day, and you're here with the bottom line. So let's get this kicked off.
And that's the bottom line. You want a war? You're gonna get one.
The queen rise to the top, oh yeah.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
Hard work pays off. Dreams come true. Bad times don't last, but bad guys do.
Well, good evening. It is draft day number 1. And of course, the bottom line is here to cover it for year 2. You know, we had so much fun doing the draft show last year. We keep it kind of loose, nothing real special. We just like to talk about the things that are happening, the surprises. You know, if you're here for all the thises and that's, we don't have it. We're just going to be guys talking about the draft and the surprises and things. Got the Command Center TV nice and centered up there. So feel free to comment whatever you want to say. But without further ado, I know Big Daddy Ed's going to be joining us as soon as he can. He had, a real life meeting. I guess he's some big hotshot accountant. He's got to be at a meeting, whatever. And Brett will be joining us as soon as he gets home. But making an appearance for the first time since post Super Bowl, believe it or not, the man, the myth, the legend, here he is. Chad is back.
How's everybody doing?
On.
It's great to be back on the bottom line. What a great night. So exciting.
I got to play this for you.
80, what you going to do today?
I got my A game.
You got your A game?
A game?
He got his A game.
Just so it feels right.
Why do you got to do me like that, man?
Just so it feels right for you. Hey,
goofy old man's not here, and you're doing that to me still.
It's you and me. We have total control of the show right now.
Right,
Big Daddy's not here. Brett's not here. It's just you and me. Couple of Bears fans talking about how we could potentially screw it up again. Right?
For sure. That'll happen for sure.
I so wanted
Tyler Warren or something, and they'll just screw everything.
Well, I did see today that there is a possibility that people think that if Tyler Warren's there, that they may draft him.
Yeah, I know. He's stupid.
I mean, he's a good tight end.
Yeah.
But is that
a good tight end?
But is that really a need for us?
Left tackle. Tackle. It's not rocket science. The left tackle is a part-time doorman.
Yeah.
We need a left tackle.
To me, the Bears have only two options: best offensive lineman on the board, or best defensive lineman on the board, or edge. That's their options. That should be it for round one. I mean, do you agree with that?
I mostly agree with that. I am not as honed in on defensive line help or edge as everybody else is. I want to this National Football League is so offensive centric that we have to A, have an offense to compete, and B, we got to keep our young quarterback alive and not brain broken or shell shocked or broken spine. And to do that, we need a left tackle. Now, if for some reason Genty falls all the way there, I've been resistant to this, but I won't be super angry if they were to draft Genty.
Okay.
I'm going to be irritated because I think they can get a good running back in the second.
Do you think that what Saquon Barkley was able to do with the Eagles has created this bubble of teams thinking they can replicate that? And all of a sudden the running back is back. Do you think that's part of it?
I hope so. I hope the running back is back. I mean,
I do too.
I grew up in the era in the 70s and 80s watching football where the kings of the sport were the running backs. They were the mega stars.
Yep.
And it just crushes me that they're now considered cannon fodder.
Yeah.
So I hope so. And I hope that brings the running game back. I hope that, that always helps out a young quarterback. And I'm okay. I guess I'm okay with Genty if he falls to us. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'm okay with it.
Here's my worry, because we are Bears fans. We're not going to do something dumb like trade away a bunch of picks to try to jump up there for some reason and get a running back, are we?
That's a rumor. The rumor is we're trying to trade with Jacksonville to go up and get Genty. No, I'm not okay with that.
Me neither. Because I think the Bears, with what they did in the offseason on the offensive line and those types of things, I think we positioned ourselves well enough to just strengthen the offensive line and move forward that way. I don't think we have to mortgage a bunch of picks to necessarily go get Genty, and that's going to be the completion piece of the offense.
Yeah,
I'm going to lose my mind.
I'm sure nobody wants to hear us talk about the Bears for very long, but I'm a Calvin Banks guy, left tackle out of Texas. I mean, if they trade back a few spots and are still able to get him and then pick up another pick or two, I'm okay with that also. I just don't want I don't want a wide receiver. I don't want a tight end. I want us to utilize the very good tight end that we have. We don't. It's ridiculous. I don't want a guard. If you're going to draft a tackle that's going to move to a guard again, let's stop doing that.
Which seems to be our MO. Yeah. So let's talk about a few of the rumors, and I think the biggest one that probably everybody, and again, comment away as we're talking here, and then of course as we get in the draft, what is happening, in your opinion, to Shedeur Sanders? Because it started out Cam Ward 1, Shedeur Sanders 2.
Well, actually, it started out Shedeur 1, Cam 2.
Right.
During the season.
But then it kind of bumped up. Oh, wait a second. Is he actually ready? Are we going to have an appearance by this guy? Are you actually ready? Legend. Or are you just hanging out on your porch?
Legend.
Man, I'm coming to you live from the front porch in a fucking wife beater. Roll Tide, baby. Man, it's hotter than the hinges of hell down here. It's hot as two rats screwing in a wool sock. I'm sweating like a hoe in church, but I'm here. So I've got to change shirts, obviously, before I go inside, but I've been doing shit. How are you fellas doing?
We're doing great,
We're doing
Brett.
great.
We just got
I got a Bears hat on.
Oh,
That's a handsome
so
hat.
you're going to be just as frustrated as we are when they make some wild trade up to get Ashton Genty, right?
I think he's going to be gone by 10. That to answer your question.
Yeah, but they're
Well,
not going to
that's
do
what we're
something dumb
saying.
like trade up.
And they're going to try and work a trade with Jacksonville.
Well, I mean, we've got to keep in mind we've pieced together a decent line now, but again, we can't blow our second round picks because we've got a 10th overall and a 12th overall in the second round, and you guys know those second and third rounders can make your franchise.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I hope they don't do nothing stupid. Look, Genty's probably going to be good, but ultimately with the wide receivers and the quarterback we've got, how much are we really going to run the ball?
Right.
You know,
I want to run them. I want them to. Okay, we're going way too much into the Bears.
Yeah,
here.
listen. Hey, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that, Brett.
doing what?
What you're doing?
What am I doing?
Why don't you finish that up, get in the house, and then we'll be ready to roll.
Are we actually live? Oh my
Yes.
God, I thought I was backstage.
No. Start at 6:30, bud. You get yourself
I
together.
thought we were supposed to be backstage at 6:30.
No.
Let me go put a shirt on.
I had a feeling. I had a feeling he had no idea we were live.
Oh, Brad.
Oh, for the people viewing, that's pure entertainment. So let's get
awesome.
back. Let's get back to the Shedeur Sanders. So started at 1, bumped to 2. All of a sudden he was 3. Then maybe 9 to the Saints. Now maybe 21 to the Steelers. Now maybe not even first round. He's not even there tonight. What's going on, Chad? Make this make sense.
I don't know, but the NFL does not invite you if they think you're not going to go in the first round. So if they thought he was going to go in the first round, he would be there. He'd be invited. He is not there. They did not invite him.
No,
That does not bode well.
no.
That does not bode well at all. I mean, and they invited who did they invited some crazy person. I was like, what are they doing there? They're gonna go? I can't remember who now. Old man brain. But anyway, I think teams are crazy. These things of he doesn't have a big arm. Joe Montana didn't have a big arm. You know what he did? He processed things quickly. So did Shedeur. He got rid of the ball on time. So does Shedeur. He was incredibly accurate. So is Shedeur. He was athletic enough. They're sitting there saying, "Oh, he's not athletic enough." I saw that dude make some throws and plays that I thought he was dead.
He
And I
spent
thought
the
the game
first
was
year
over.
at Colorado running for his life.
Yep.
And was still able to put up some good numbers. And then last year, behind what could only be considered as an average line, was able to get Colorado, who just 2 years prior to that didn't win a game or won one game.
11. Whatever it was.
You know, so I don't know. I don't get it either. I mean, we know that the quarterback, I think this draft is strong in the trenches. I think this draft is strong in the backfield. But I think the quarterback, because the quarterback position this year is so weak, that, I mean, you know, maybe teams have just punted on him. You know, you did see that report come out. It's the worst interview I've ever had.
He interviewed really poorly with some teams, and he interviewed great with others. So, like Tomlin with the Steelers loves him. But there were other teams that said this was the worst interview I've sat in my 20-some year career as a NFL.
And let's face it. You know, last year, that class was the first class that experienced the nil and all those types of things throughout their entire college career. Are we going to see more and more of this where reports come out like, hey, he's entitled. He's a me guy. He's a whatever. I mean, I saw another report, he's been coached by his dad since he was like in Little League football. Like he hasn't had experiences outside of just his Sanders bubble, and they're worried about how that's going to translate. I mean, are those things real, or does the talent erase that? Is what I'm asking.
That's a really good question. I think there are a lot of concerns of entitlement in me, but I mean, he didn't need to play in that bowl game. He could have walked away. He could have when he got hurt this season, because he got hurt as much as he got the crap kicked out of him. He had to have been hurt. He went out there every single week. He got up every single play. He got the snot knocked out of him the last 2 years, and he just went back every single time. So his toughness is undeniable. I mean, he's like Jim Kelly toughness. I mean, I just don't get it. I don't get the hate. He had really good. I mean, obviously he had Travis Hunter, so he had good skill players. Didn't really have any running backs, and the O line, like you said, was
average at best. Average at best. And
yeah, go ahead.
No, I just think that when you take all those things into account, to me, it has to be an attitude question, an entitlement question, something along those lines. Because what I see on the field is I see a kid who, can make plays with his feet, definitely makes plays with his arms, super accurate, those types of things. To me, it's got to be an attitude, an entitlement type of thing.
It's got to be.
That's all it can be to me.
Yeah. I mean, is he the most talented quarterback ever? No, but hardly any of them are. Any of them are.
You put any of these quarterbacks in this draft this year in the same draft last year, or where are we talking about Cam Ward?
Yeah,
we're not talking about number one.
He's behind Ed's boy JJ.
Yeah, I mean, where would Sanders fall?
That.
Jackson
he's
Dart.
Lucky Jackson Dart doesn't even get drafted last year.
Yeah, I mean, so so because I think it surprises me because the quarterback is so important in the NFL, and the quarterback room in the draft this year is so thin. It surprises me that Shedeur has just continued to tumble. I mean, it just shocks me.
Yeah. So the rumors that I've been hearing are that Cleveland, there's a good chance that they trade back into the first round somewhere in front of the Steelers, and they snake Shedeur, because Steelers are the last team in the first round that would draft him. If somebody's going to potentially take him, it's going to be the Steelers.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. There's a lot of people saying there's going to be no trades. This is just going to be everybody's just going to stay pat. Everybody's just going to pick where they're at. This is evidently the first NFL draft in a long time where no first-round picks have been traded before the draft.
Right. Well, but I kind of look at it this way. I've heard rumors that Jacksonville is going to be full of surprises. Jerry Jones came out and said, look, Cowboys are open here. We're going to do everything we can, whatever. So I can't imagine that those guys would come out and say those things and then just go chalk. Oh, best player on the board, we'll take him type of thing. Because I do think that there are some real solid guys up front on the offensive side and the defensive side. So just because the flashy guys aren't there doesn't mean that there isn't hay to be made here.
Yeah.
And so I'm, let's see, is there going to be complaining again this year on how long this is going to take? John, We all know the first round is complete. Drag it
It's a
out,
marathon, not a
drag it
sprint.
out. Yeah, this is the day one is definitely the marathon part. I was talking to Chad before we came on, and I'm going to try to put the picks up on the board as we go, and we talk about them. And I was hoping I'd have time, and Chad goes, "You'll have plenty of time in round one. Now, round 2 and 3, yeah, you know, and further on, yeah, you might not, but we'll definitely have time. But yes, it'll be a marathon for sure."
For those of us old enough to remember watching 17 round drafts all on Saturday,
yeah,
that was unbelievable. 17 rounds in a day.
So, who do you think? And I don't mean to put you on the spot, and if I am, not a big deal. Are we going to see any? I always call them Jets moments. With the 17th pick in the NFL draft, the New York Jets select fullback. Oh no! Are we going to have any of? Do you think we have any of those, or is there just not enough flash out there for people to say, "What are you doing taking that guy? What are you doing taking that guy?"
Well, I tell you what, if Green Bay trades out of the first round, we'll get that. Because it's in Green Bay. If they don't get a first round selection tonight, all those Green Bay fans are going to be very, very, very upset. I mean, we could have a Michael Penix moment. We could have, I think, were you referring to when San Francisco selected? Did they select bar none? What was his name? The fullback from Florida State.
Well, no, I was going clear back to like
William Floyd or something like that.
87 when the Jets selected a fullback, and I think they could have had Marino or something.
Oh,
83 or 83,
no, 83,
whatever it was.
Well, yeah, 83. They took Todd instead of Marino. Yeah.
And one of the Jets fans that was in attendance, you could just hear him in the background. Oh no!
Yeah,
I mean, there's so many classic Jets reactions to the draft.
Well, that's because forever it was held in New York at the that theater in New York where it was held forever before they pissed the NFL off, and the NFL was like, "We're going to go take this on the road."
Yeah. Geez, do I dare bring Brett on here?
I don't know. Is he smoking a heater and got a nipple popping? Let's see.
What are we doing here,
bud?
Like, is this a gun show tonight? We're getting a little informal or what?
When'd you get the nips?
Informal for the first few minutes, anyways.
I think it's funny. You want to make a reel. Make a reel of somebody who doesn't realize we're live and comes on dropping F-bombs and ripping heaters and like, wait, we're live? Oh my God. You obviously didn't get the memo.
Well, he was
reading comprehension was not my strong point. I saw 6:30. I'm like, we'll go backstage 6:30. I didn't know that Joe started at 6. I guess I just did not pay any attention.
Some people's kids. So, number one, Tennessee's, I think it's a foregone conclusion that Cam Ward's going number 1. And I think it's a foregone conclusion that Travis Hunter is going number 2 to Cleveland. What do the Giants do? Is it going to be Carter, or do we get the shock of the night, as some people think, that Sanders is going to go number 3 to the Giants?
I've heard the Giants and the Saints are absolutely 100% not going to interested in Shedeur Sanders. They're not in the Sanders game. They want nothing to do. I think they go Abdul Carter. I think they stand pat. They try and get their new Lawrence Taylor. That's my opinion.
What do you think, Brett? It's got to be Carter, right?
I would imagine it's Carter. Yeah, unless we see some crazy stuff to start the first round, but who knows?
But we were talking before you came on. How much crazy stuff do we think we're really going to see in a draft that's, for the first draft in a long time, that people aren't just like, oh man, there's just, there's this guy and there's that guy and there's this guy and there's that guy. Like, are we looking at maybe a chalk draft and it's kind of just ho hum?
I'm thinking maybe the first 8, 10, 12 picks is going to be pretty much what everybody's anticipating.
So, if we anticipate that Carter goes 3, who are we anticipating Is New England going to get protection with a guy like Campbell from LSU? Or are they going to shock somebody and they're going to look at maybe the receiver from Arizona to give him a weapon? What's New England going to do? Chad?
I think the first 3 picks are super pat. I think it's going to be Will Campbell to New England Patriots, and the draft starts to get a little bit interesting at 5 or at 4, and then by the time it hits 8 or 9, it's going to be very interesting. We'll see how many are moving up, how many's moving down. I think at 4 starts to get interesting. Everybody's saying, or excuse me, 4 with New England. 5 is where it's going to start because that's when Jacksonville may take Genty. But the Patriots are going to take Will Campbell at 4, in my opinion.
We hearing anything about some potential trades in the first round?
All I've heard and scuttlebutted around is Jacksonville's going to be active. I don't know if that means active in a way that they're going to try to move up. I don't know if it's active in a way that they're going to try to move down and load picks up. I don't know what that meant. But I've heard Jacksonville's going to be active, and I've heard Dallas is going to be active. Now, that could be Jerry Jones blowing smoke. Who knows? Nothing is more fruitful to me than watching Dallas Cowboy fans suffer because, they have Jerry Jones.
What pick does the Panthers have in the first round? She's curious.
Carolina's number 8.
8.
So the
Make
Panthers
sure to make your appearance at 8.
Yeah, she'll
get Walker or edge rusher, or they're hoping to get Graham, the defensive tackle out of Michigan there.
Yeah.
So Jags is going to get interesting if they decide to keep their pick. What are you anticipating?
All the noise is Genty.
You think Genty?
I'm hearing Genty or that Tet McMillan, the wide receiver out of Arizona.
What about I've also seen on some of the mock drafts, what about Graham from Michigan?
I've heard they want to help Trevor out either in the running game or get him another, because his best years at Clemson were with big wide receivers. And they already have Brian Thomas Jr. and Tet McMillan is 6'4", 220.
Right.
So that's what I've heard.
Yeah, and I would agree. I think they got to help Lawrence on that side of the ball. But I've heard Graham from Michigan as a potential pick there. I've heard the Arizona wide receiver as a potential there, but I've also heard that he's been dropping on a lot of boards. That's the thing about this draft that to me makes it so intriguing is the way how some guys have this guy graded at 4, and this
where's
guy
the
graded
smoke
at
screen,
25.
baby?
Yeah.
What's smoke? What's smoke and what's fire? That's the question.
Yeah.
Is all this crap coming down on Tet McMillan and Shedeur Sanders? Is it all smoke? Or is it real?
It very well could be.
What about the Bengals? That's interesting as well at 17. They've got Burrows locked up. They've got Jamar Chase locked up. They've got a ton of money tied up. And once again, for the second or third straight year, they were at the very bottom of defense. They really need a defensive lineman big time.
They have to go defense with Higgins and Chase
with
and
almost
Burrow.
every pick.
Yeah, with every pick. I mean, unless there's some kind of super steal somewhere that they just can't help but take, the Bengals have to go defense. They just have to. So Raiders, are we looking at Warren out of Penn State? Potentially Genty if he falls past the Jaguars? What do you think happens with the Raiders at number 6?
Again,
that's got Brock Bowers. I think they're pretty well situated for a long time at tight end.
So are you thinking it's Genty or trade, Chad?
What I've been hearing is O-line or D-line. They're not going to get real sexy, which is odd. They're saying this is heavily influenced by Brady. Brady wants to shore up the defensive and offensive lines. But who knows? Maybe it's a smokescreen. Maybe they're going to draft Shador. I don't know. That's my tail end answer for everything.
It could be a smokescreen.
Well, that would definitely be a Raiders pick.
So if my thought process is if Warren falls all the way, I think the Jets take him. I don't think Warren gets past the Jets. You think I'm right on that?
I was curious about the Jets. They're just such a mess all around, I mean, goodness. I mean, is it basically a total rebuild at this point? I mean,
well I don't know.
Yes. Well, what I've heard is that they're going to go defense there, because he's a defensive coordinator, he's a defensive minded coach, and he's going to want to help out the D, which was fantastic, 2-3 years ago, and now it's kind of a dumpster fire.
So are we looking at Graham then? If he falls past the Jaguars, are you thinking Graham?
Or the
one of the D linemen from Georgia.
Yes, or who's the linebacker from Georgia?
Yeah, the Georgia kid.
Walker?
Delaney Walker.
Yeah. That's a possibility. So I got to believe that I've heard that if Warren is there, the Jets take him. But I've also heard that they're going to go defense. So I would think that Graham or the linebacker from Georgia, Walker, is probably going to hit there. And then your Panthers. Carolina Panthers. What are they going to do? If the Arizona receiver's there, do they try to get Bryce Young another weapon? Because let's face it, the last 3 or 4 games, Bryce Young saved his career last year.
He did. Issue is they still don't have any weapons, but they still don't really have an offensive line either. They're in need of a lot. I mean, they're not a position or two away. I mean, I hate it for Bryce. I'm glad he started getting his feet under him. He was used at Alabama to have a little bit better offensive line compared to the competition and pretty strong wide receivers too. And I mean, goodness, to trade up to get Bryce Young, they turned around and gave the Bears their best receiver and more.
Everything.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Their biggest needs are edge, safety, and corner. They've really got to go after the defense.
You think
Carolina,
that cornerback, the corner?
I think more than likely it's going to be that Mikael Williams from Georgia if he's available. That's what I'm hearing.
I know I'm a Bama boy, but watch out for Shaheed Campbell. He'd been a stud here, and he was one of the few that actually waited his turn and waited to get on the field. He didn't transfer. He stayed the course and had one heck of a season in Tuscaloosa last year. He was at times a man against boys out there in the SEC. So that to me, as you get 15 and further, that's a can't miss for anyone that needs a. I mean, he's going to be an 8 or 10 year pro, probably 3 or 4 Pro Bowls. He's kind of a cross between a Deontay Hightower, Rashaan Evans, that type mix. He's a good player.
What if the Missouri lineman is still there? Do they
got Tyler Booker from Alabama as well?
I've heard, and I heard this from a couple sources today as I was watching draft coverage. This might be the first time that no Alabama player in a long time has not been selected in the top 15.
Yeah. Well, it's just, you had so many of them that was basically bought and paid for after Saban's last season. And that's what it is. The NIL, again, like I said, it's a joke. It's pay for play. And It is what it is. Times change, things change. Our new coach has got to prove himself, and if he does that, they'll open their pocketbooks up more. But that's all it's about now. These kids don't care where they're going, who they're playing for. They just want to know who's going to give them the most money.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Now the Saints. It was rumored that maybe Sanders goes to the Saints, and now we're hearing they're out on him. So where do the Saints go?
Ole Miss quarterback.
You think Jackson Dart?
Yeah.
Boy,
we'll see. I don't know if he goes that early. This could be a case where they try and trade back in and get him, but they could very well take him there. Absolutely.
Well, the show's on, fellas. Has the commissioner been booed yet?
I haven't been.
I don't know.
I just been watching it.
I don't have the volume up on that. I don't want to get hammered. But
I've already got Tennessee queued up for Cam Ward here.
Besides, Clay Matthews is speaking right now, and I don't care to hear that man ever speak.
I'm not.
He's still sporting that ponytail like it's 1992. Someone needs to give him a fashion check.
Oh, sorry if we have any Green Bay fans on here, but
I don't care.
He was a heck of a player. Too bad he was not in Chicago.
Yeah.
Yes, we are doing our to answer the question on the comment line. We are doing our special draft coverage live as we did it last year. We had an absolute blast last year. So normally Wednesday nights from 8 to 10, but this week we're pulling double duty. We had our UFL show last night, and tonight we are doing following the draft and making comments as we go. So hopefully you enjoy. We're going to be a little more free than we are on our regular Wednesday night shows.
Yeah, you guys. Yeah, whoa. You guys are just doing this. You don't get any extra pay. It's just the same pay. Two shows a week.
Yeah,
I mean,
pulling overtime.
It's OT here. So yes, that is why we are on Thursday night. This is a Thursday night special for the NFL draft. Big Daddy Ed will be joining us as soon as he gets done with his work commitments. I mean, whatever those are, some financial meeting he's got to sit in, blah, 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 blah. So
I'm Captain Mr. Important. I'm going to
So we kind of talked about the Bears already at the beginning at number 10. We're all praying that they do not do something dumb and trade up and that. But then the 49ers at pick 11. What do you think they're going to do? I think they're probably going to they've got to almost go offensive line or they've got Robert defensive line. They've got Robert Saleh back. So, maybe does Graham fall that far?
It's possible that, there's talk on his arm length as well as Will Campbell.
I'm hearing
from LSU.
I'm hearing it's going to be offensive line, offensive tackle. They might take the Ohio State kid, or it could be Calvin Banks. If Calvin Banks makes it past Chicago, there's a good chance it's him.
Chris says the Bears should trade up for Genty. Here's the problem, Chris, is why I don't feel like we need to mortgage a bunch of picks for that.
No.
Is because is it worth mortgaging all those picks and those potential players when you can get a running back that's 80% of Genty? If Caleb Williams is supposed to be who we think he is, and he had the best rookie season in Bears history, then the running back is not going to be as important and as big of a need. Now, I would say that if Genty does fall to us, fine. I have zero problem with it. But mortgaging a bunch of picks and those types of things, that's just not what I would do. But I'm not getting paid millions of dollars to be the GM of the Bears, although I think I could have done a better job here. Yeah. Okay, there you go. I'm a Pats fan, so I'm hoping they trade up. Yeah. No, I'm hoping they don't. If they do something stupid like that, we're going to be losing it right here on this show. So,
by the way, Tennessee is on the clock.
They are on the clock.
Their clock.
I
I
can't.
shared last night or yesterday on the bottom line. I think the little virtual tour of the new Tennessee Titans Stadium that's supposed to be, I think, open in 2027 in downtown Nashville. That's going to be a pretty sweet venue.
Is it
That
gonna?
stadium they're in isn't even 20 years old, is it?
No.
It's about 25 years old, just like what they did with the Georgia Dome in Atlanta. Yep. It's going to be a dome.
Georgia Dome had to have been older than that before they took it.
No, I think it was right at 25 years old.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Man, those Tennessee and Georgia lotteries are doing some good things in those states. You know, Alabama, let me see. Gambling's illegal. Casinos are illegal. No lottery. But in Florida, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Georgia, basically every one of them that surrounds Alabama, but it's all legal pretty much.
Well, come on up here to Iowa. It's all legal here.
Yeah.
The lie we were told is that with all the gambling revenue, our taxes would go down and everything, and everybody's taxes here just keep going up. Our property taxes went up like 25% from last year.
That's definitely
so
not
fast, my friend.
Not so fast. We will find other ways to spend your money. I promise you that.
Yep.
That's exactly right. But so we'll end with the Cowboys as the draft gets going here at number 12. What's Jerry and the Cowboys? They have not signed Micah Parsons yet, although he did report for voluntary workouts. They've signed. Obviously, they have Dak signed. Obviously, they have CeeDee Lamb signed. Well, what are the Cowboys looking for? Are they trying to pair? They trying to find another receiver to go with CeeDee Lamb potentially?
Does anybody know what Dallas is going to do? Does Dallas know as of right now what they're going to do?
My guess is no. My guess is Dallas has no idea. We'll catch you later, Chris. Thanks for stopping in. I don't know. To me, if you believe Dak Prescott is game manager or above, you got to get him something, don't you?
You would think.
You got to get him. I mean, if the Arizona receiver falls to 12, is that an option? You know,
I've heard several things. One, they could use Micah to trade up in the draft because they can't sign him. So there's rumor that they could trade up with Cleveland. Cleveland gets Micah, or Cleveland gets Micah, and then
Dallas gets Carter.
Yep.
Dallas gets Carter or Travis. Or they take McMillan, or they love the Texas kid that was the fastest receiver in the draft. I can't remember what his name is offhand.
Well, you know what was it? Zach Martin just retired. They have extreme need at really both lines, offensive and defensive line.
Right. But I think but don't you think the Arizona receiver would be a fit? Because he's a true outside guy, and Lamb actually operates better in the slot.
Matthew Golden is the other one. Well, Tet is more of an outside guy. He's more of a outside receiver, not much of a slot guy. Oh, pick is in.
I wonder. It's going to be a big shock.
Oh, word! Wow! Look at that guy. He's so surprised. Oh, so shocked. Good looking kid.
Who would have thought that 6 months ago?
Nobody.
I mean, considering that, you know, my Iowa State Cyclones beat the Miami Hurricanes in the bowl game. I mean, now their quarterback's number one apparently, but
yeah, their quarterback didn't play in the second half. I hate to remind you of that.
It was virtually an even game when he was playing. So I don't know what to tell you. Here it comes.
Cleveland's trading the pick. They trade with.
Oh my
Jacksonville.
goodness!
Woo! It's off, baby.
That didn't take long. The Jaguars. Wow.
So
You said they were going to be active.
There it was. Jaguars said they were going to be extremely active. So ask yourself this. The Browns have made the trade. They're on the clock. It's our Jaguars on the clock. What? It's got to be Hunter, right?
Yeah, it's got to be Travis Hunter.
It's got to be Hunter. It's got to be.
So why then?
Does Cleveland give him up?
Yeah.
What all did Cleveland just get? That's the question.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
I have the volume up. I didn't hear.
And I guess they promised him they're going to let him play on both sides of the ball, or what?
Well, but this makes sense as to what we were talking about. Is I've heard from multiple sources that they are going to make him a receiver.
That's where the money is. He's crazy.
That's where the money's at, and I guess it's not that he couldn't play some corner, whatever, but it takes too much to be a corner and a receiver.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to put your full into both.
Yeah.
When the offensive meeting is going on, you're in the defensive meeting, whatever it might be. It's just too much in, the NFL setting. I'm not saying he can't do it, but I mean, there's the first big move.
Whoa.
And we did kind of call it here.
So how come he couldn't do it in the NFL when the game is
wow?
And the thing that I love about that is Big Daddy Ed is sitting in his meeting and he's missing it all.
John Madden. Boom.
Boom.
Boom. Boom.
I wish they would. They haven't put up here exactly what Cleveland got.
Hey, fellas, I'm going to step away real quick and share the show to all the groups and put an actual shirt on before Daddy Ed comes on here and has a heart attack.
Yeah,
but I will be back.
He already texted me and said it looks like Brett dressed for the occasion.
This is what I think of the NFL, Daddy Ed, and you know it.
See you in a bit.
You're getting 2 for 1 with this guy.
Man,
wow.
That is like, whoo.
What are the particulars of this trade?
I don't know. I want to see it. What did they have to give? I really didn't think.
Oh, here it is.
What do we got?
We got Jacksonville receives the second overall pick from Cleveland, the fourth overall pick from Cleveland, or the fourth round pick from Cleveland, and the sixth round pick from Cleveland. Cleveland receives the fifth overall pick in this year in 2025 second and fourth round picks, and a 2026 first round pick.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
So my question is, now that we know exactly what was given and what was taken, Jags take Hunter. Was it worth it?
I guess time will tell.
In this draft,
was it worth it? I mean, I don't know. All this talk, they've been so concentrating on him and going both ways. If he was a receiver in last year's draft, with the season he had this year, where would he have fallen? I mean, I think I saw somebody say he only would have behind Marv, and maybe Malik. But I mean, everybody knew Malik was good, but come on, nobody had any idea he was going to be the dominant man that he was.
Right. I would agree.
Nobody can tell me that. Everybody expected that from Marv, but they didn't expect that from Malik.
Correct.
But so what I heard was he would be in that range. He wouldn't be above Marv, but he could be above Neighbors in last year's draft.
So I mean, I have to believe that it's Travis Hunter.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I mean, the Giants are probably thinking, please don't be Hunter, but
I guess it could be the edge rusher from Penn State. It could be him.
You think it's Carter?
It could be.
Man, I don't know. I mean, can you? There it is. Yep. Second overall, fourth overall, or fourth round, second round, fourth, sixth, fifth, second, fourth. Man, in the first round pick in 26, that's big.
Yeah, to move up 3 spots. 3 spots.
Yeah.
4, 3, 2. Yeah.
So that means, as bad as Cleveland's going to be, that means they're going to be in the top 3 again, and then probably be sitting somewhere around 8 or 9. You know, 7, 8, 9, somewhere in there.
One of my, I noticed one of my son's friends is in the chat. Ben Bean, you just put up. I know Chad would love it if the Bears took Caleb Johnson. That's not true.
That's not true.
I don't want anything to do with that.
Not true at all.
That's not true at all.
That's
not true. And that's no slight. And that's no.
Got to make the call here. They always boo. You know, if I was Goodell, I mean, of course, you're worth millions of dollars. It's not a big deal. His salary is like $55 million a year.
No, it's like 62 or 64. It's insane.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, let me feel bad for him.
I put that in our text group one day.
But when he walks out on there and they boo him every single time, I mean,
the hilarious part is the first 3 or 4 years, everybody cheered and went crazy for him because he was straightening the leg out, and then he got all inconsistent and became a pile.
Here it comes. Do I jump the gun and just throw it up there now?
Yep, Travis Hunter. Wow.
Man, I don't know.
He's like, oh, thank you. I'm going to Florida where there's no state income tax.
You mean I got to go to Florida and not Cleveland? Ah! Man, you know what? I mean, Cleveland, they got a good deal.
Yeah.
You know, getting that first round pick next year, that'll be a top 10 pick, I'm sure.
And they're only falling back 3 spots.
Yeah. So what that tells me is Cleveland must be looking at defense. The Graham maybe or
maybe they trade back again. Maybe they trade back again.
Boy, they could. Boy, watch the picks stack up then. Maybe Cleveland's saying, listen, we're going to punt this year. You know? I mean, it never works out like that, but I mean, Cleveland's got to do something. They've been bad for so long.
The funny thing is that then they lose the Browns. The Browns go to Baltimore, become the Ravens, and then the Ravens turn around and win a Super Bowl. Boom.
They're good. Yeah. Look at him. Look at him. That's the happiest guy. Look at him.
Yeah.
I'm not going to Cleveland. Okay.
I'm not going to Cleveland. I'm gonna go get Trevor Lawrence throw me the ball instead of Joe Flacco.
That guy's like, give me the Jags hat, baby. I'm going to Florida.
Did you realize? Speaking of state taxes, did you realize? So if you're let's say you're a Miami Dolphin and you go fly out and you play in LA, you for that paycheck they take out California state taxes.
What?
Yep.
Because the work is done there?
Yep.
I mean, is that how it's looked at? Oh,
that's what happens.
How do they do that in baseball?
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Wow. That's crazy. I did not know that.
Well, the kid who just got traded from the Mavericks up to the Lakers, I wouldn't be happy without you went from no state taxes to 50%. I'm sorry, we're gonna.
Yeah, well.
Anyway,
no, I get it.
We're gonna Ed's gonna come on and get mad at me and start yelling at me.
Right.
This is an exciting. I mean, to put across from Brian Thomas Jr., who just lit it up last year. Now you're gonna have this guy on the other side.
Yeah.
That makes it pretty electric.
And I don't know.
I was not expecting that.
No. I mean, you know, you always hear the rumors pre-draft and you hear the this and that's and this team could do that and this. But listen, Jacksonville saying we are in it. They just proved that they are in it. They are 100% in it.
Oh, Daddy Ed's weighing in on the comment line, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I saw him.
Quiet down, Ed. You can't talk unless you're here. Dims are rules.
Dims are the rules.
Dims are rules. I just made it up right now, only because it's convenient for me.
So the only shock is Cleveland moving back and Jacksonville coming up. But the picks remain the same, Ward Hunter.
Yep.
So are we locked on Carter? The pick is
I'm locked on Abdul Carter.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. But I guess, and I'll tell you this much, Chad, you weren't with us last year, but I'll tell you what, we had a really good, call it luck, call it what you want. We were pretty spot on last year. Now, arguably this year, there's so much more movement. We've already seen it as far as teams go, what teams need, what teams want, whatever. But we got to keep that going here. We got to keep that going. Bunch of guys exciting in their garages.
Yes. We'll show them what's up. Man. This was pretty electric.
That was crazy to me.
So I'm still thinking the end here.
It's Carter. There's no
Carter
question
for sure.
Look at how many snaps that guy took.
Here we go. Yeah, it's insane. Yep. Well, I mean, if you think that's crazy, I mean, I tell people this stat. One of the greatest football players of all time is Slinging Sammy Baugh, and people go, "Who's that?" I said he was a Redskins quarterback and safety, and he led the league one year. Led the league in touchdown passes and interceptions. And punting. He still has one of the highest punting averages of anybody in NFL history. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah, those are days gone by, however.
Oh.
But I will tell you, when it comes to Hunter, the dude's a phenomenal athlete to be able to do that.
Yep. He's saying he's been doing it his whole football life and he wants to keep doing it.
There it is.
I mean, you've got to roll 70-80% wide receiver and 20% corner. I mean,
Yeah,
you
and
can't
then
do that.
then how much of an impact do you have on that side of the ball?
Yeah,
No matter how you break it up.
situationally. Yeah.
You know, I would say
And then
if he's gonna play both, don't you think that it would be full-time corner and then partial receiver in situations?
that would be the easier route. But if I'm him, if you want the
Listen,
money,
I get it.
wide
But
receiver.
If I'm a coach, the only way that I have him on both sides of the ball would be as a full-time corner.
And
and
you just have
then-
a package.
You have packages that he's a part of.
Well, he
you
could
know.
come in. He could play. He could come in dime situations, things like that. Don't you think?
Yeah, you would have you would have that.
I mean, he's not going to go out there. He's not going to go out there in 1st and 10 and square up on, Malik Neighbors.
right.
He's gonna come in on 3rd and 12. He's gonna come in as a nickel or dime back, and he's gonna help close out the series and get ready for offense.
Right.
In my opinion, that's and I don't know enough about coaching football to know the difference, but to me, he's most valuable as a wide receiver.
Oh,
100%.
100%.
Is he even the best corner in the draft?
No, I would argue Will Johnson is the best corner in the draft.
So, I mean, he's clearly the best receiver in the draft. It's not close.
Oh yeah, I would agree with that.
Ted and the others were distant from him.
Yes, I would agree.
Oh, there's not
Brett
enough skin
is
showing.
back to back.
Back to back. Guess I need to get me a new one from last season.
So we're 3 for 3 so far, Brett. Are we settled on? And Carter's a heck of a pick. I mean, you can't argue defensively
No.
that the Giants did not get better right there.
Yeah.
You can't argue that. I think that's probably the, that you can't argue that pick by anybody. But are we going?
No.
Are we firm on Campbell and New England coming up here with the 4th pick? The pick is in. We're
The
3
pick
for 3.
is in.
We're the easy 3 for 3.
Yeah. I do wonder
And you know him better
if
than anybody.
a
You should
team's
know
going to end up moving Campbell to guard at some point.
it would alleviate some of the arm questions.
Well, I saw pre-draft stuff, and I saw your boy Nick, and Nick said that's absolutely ridiculous. He said his short arms didn't hurt him in the SEC for the last 3 years. And
I agree. Agree with him, but like we've had got Mr. Barnes on before, the NFL scout. Man, they get certain figures and certain things in their mind. A lot of these NFL teams and their scouts, and they just if a guy's 29, he's getting old. If he's 30, now we don't need to sign him. It's just sometimes they get consumed with what's the kid from Florida that the Colts took, and I said instantly he's a bust. Well, he was a bust. They fell in love with his combine, how fast he was, how strong he was, how far he could throw the ball. Well, ultimately, you've got to have it up here, and you've got to have accuracy. And that, I feel like Jalen Milroe, even though I'm a Bama fan living here in Tuscaloosa, I feel like he's the 2.0 version of that kid. I'll be rooting for Jalen. He loved Alabama. He you can't help but like him, but I don't want my team to take him.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, he's. I mean, there's been some people speculating he gets picked in the 1st round, so we'll see.
But
we'll see.
But again,
I can't see it. But there's also going to be a lot of quarterback needy teams trying to move into that top of the 2nd round, and they see him. They see him like Lamar Jackson. There are some scouts that say he's a better running quarterback than Lamar Jackson. But
wouldn't you argue, and Brett, you would know better than Chatterai, Yes, he's had accuracy problems. I said that, but here's where I see it. I think, even though what I see right now, it would take Shador. Doesn't Milroe have kind of a higher ceiling if somebody can unlock that than Shador does? Like, we know what Shador is.
You're right. I just don't. I've watched Jalen. He started playing a little bit with Bama as a freshman. And I remember the first 2 passes he threw, in mop-up duty. And I turned to my brother, and I literally said verbatim, this boy can't throw the football. And he never really, for the most part, he never proved me wrong. I feel like, and I hate to bang on another ex-Bama guy because, Jalen's had a lot of success, but I feel like Milroe is a poor man's Jalen Hurts. I
couldn't disagree with you more. I think Hurts is a fantastic quarterback. I think he's a top 5 quarterback in the league. He's a leader. He's a dude.
Look, I love the kid, but my God, look at their roster. What did I say before the season started last year, Eric? If they don't make it to the NFC Championship game, their coach should have been fired. And I was right. And I'm gonna tell you what.
You know why they made it? They made it in spite of that crazy coach standing in the middle of a game arguing with fans because Jalen Hurts was out there leading the team to a victory.
The whole team.
I'm a Jalen Hurts fan. I freaked out the year that he came out. The Bears had 5, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5 chances to pick that man, and they blew it. And he's got
the Bears would have got Jalen Hurts healed. He would be in a damn wheelchair right now. Everyone knows Philadelphia. Look, they won that Super Bowl on the lines of scrimmage, like we said when we previewed the Super Bowl. Dominant offensive line, dominant defensive line. It still plays in football.
Pick is in. Will Campbell, offensive tackle, LSU.
Oh, we are 4 for 4.
We are chalk with the players. The teams have moved a bit, but we are chalk with the players.
He's a big old boy, and like you said, he's had success and arguably, overall the best and most talented league.
He got some saddlebags on him. That's good.
Our conference.
Listen, I'm
gonna tell you what, he's mean too. He's got an attitude about him.
The thing that I think that is the biggest thing that they look at for offensive linemen is their balance. How are they on their feet? Do they keep their feet? What do they look like when they're making their blocks? Are they centered? Are they balanced? Things like that. And I get it, the whole short arm thing, whatever.
Well, because of the reach, because the defender can kind of try to grab you and pull you off, off
right.
balance.
And the thing about it is, he clearly was a dominant tackle in the SEC, which is the highest level of college football. It is what it is.
Right.
I guess we're just gonna see. And worst case scenario,
yeah,
the length kills him at tackle, and you got to move him to the interior, or it doesn't become as big a problem.
Right.
You don't have to have that reach. You're not protecting the outside necessarily like the tackles are. So
look, I might be wrong, and he might just flourish at left tackle, but he reminds me a lot of guy from Notre Dame that just retired from Dallas, Zach Martin. I think he could potentially be the next Zach Martin at guard, and that's saying a hell of a lot.
Yeah, no question. I like this pick. It wasn't, I believe if it wasn't Campbell, it was going to be the receiver from Arizona. But again, as we said before, the receiver from Arizona has been dropping a little bit in a lot of boards for different reasons. I think there's some off the field stuff with him. I think.
Yeah, they've got it. They need to protect Drake too.
Correct.
Does Oakland? Does Oakland go after or Oakland? Bless my heart. Does Vegas go after
the Browns are on the clock?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Vegas.
Yeah, the
Vegas,
Browns are on the clock. The Browns are on the clock.
If Vegas does not take Genty, and I thoroughly expect them to, if Vegas does not take Genty, then I think the Bears are going to end up with him.
Maybe.
Look,
Maybe.
he would definitely be head and shoulders better than any running back we have right now. But I think us three, it's crazy, all three of us on the show right now are Bears fans. And I know we go back and forth and fuss with each other about it, but I still feel like y'all agree with me about one thing, and that's that we're still one offensive lineman away and two defensive linemen away from where we really need to be to start competing and contending for a conference title.
I agree. You got to keep Caleb upright. That's
Yeah.
huge. You've got to be able to put pressure on the opposing quarterback. We're
Yep.
one edge away. We got to get somebody opposite of Sweat.
Yeah.
We got to get that big run stopper in the middle.
Yeah.
You know, I think those are the pieces that need to be. We have the tight end, have
Right.
the receivers.
Right.
To me, running back is not paramount.
Yeah, it's not end all be all.
But if Genty is there, I'm not going to lose my mind if he falls to the Bears at 10.
No, I'm not either. I mean, we're in such a good position, fellas, because we get 10 and 12 in the second round tomorrow night. I mean,
and the lucky thing for us is this is a deep draft for both sides of the line of scrimmage.
Right.
That's where the strength of this draft is. It's not sexy, but
right. Well, Philadelphia wasn't sexy all year long, and they just manhandled everyone.
Right.
I would disagree. I thought they were sexy as hell, running that ball down everybody's throat, and nobody could stop.
Oh, hey, I'm an old school guy, but I mean, and I loved it. They proved that the line of scrimmage still matters, like we all know.
Oh, 100%. And let's face it, we've watched the Bears enough in the last how many years? It's the line of scrimmage that has just been kicking our butts.
Oh, God.
Kicking our butts.
Who do we think this is going to be? Jalen Walker out of Georgia? What do we think?
Opposite.
It's got to be, to me, it's got to be Graham or Walker. It's got to be.
All right, here we go. Oh, and he's wearing some white tennis shoes. Really hip.
Hey, Chad, you're about 30 seconds in front of me.
Yeah,
so hey, when the Bears pick, at least be quiet for 30 seconds. That's all I'm
saying. They took Graham, the Michigan defensive tackle. So you were right.
I don't think you can go wrong there.
That's exactly. I mean, I just felt like Cleveland was going to go defense. I felt like, especially when they traded out of that number 2 spot,
right?
That it was going to be Graham or Walker. Graham was my first pick. Walker was my second. There's no question about that.
Well, that's a totally different player from Travis Hunter. I mean, you go.
No, right. But
I mean, it's just interesting. It's interesting.
Well,
but what I'm saying is,
Cleveland has got such a problem at the quarterback position for the next 2 or 3 years.
For sure.
I mean, they sold their soul to the devil, and it has came back to haunt them.
Yeah. So, but as we said, most general managers are looking at Travis Hunter as a receiver. Cleveland is so far away from needing that kind of impact player.
Right.
I just felt like Cleveland was going defense.
I mean, hell, one of us could be third string in Cleveland right now. They have got
it's a mess. So,
I mean, for Deshaun Watson to have a burner account on X like he does, and everybody's called him out for it, defended Deshaun Watson after every game, and I'm like, Deshaun, can you please stop? This looks so bad. Just please.
Uh-oh. That was awful quick.
What's up now, guys?
It's the Vegas Raiders. And
the Raiders.
I can't believe how fast this is going.
The pick is already in, man. I'm telling you.
Hey, Chad, actually, you're about 10 seconds ahead of me, so please pause 10 seconds for the Bears pick. Just 10 seconds. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, that was
That's
way
what I
too
told her I could
fast.
do is just 10 seconds.
Way too fast. I'm already putting Genty in.
You think so?
Way too fast.
All right, let's pick it here. Where are they going?
They're going Genty.
Yeah, so Tom Brady's going to go running back, huh? Now, that's wild when you think about it.
It is. But I'm telling you, as quick as that pick was in, it's Genty, baby.
This guy looks, and look, I like him. I like watching him. I think he's going to be fun to watch for years to come.
Hey, look at this guy.
Move over, boys. We got
Oh,
Hey,
level-headedness coming to this.
Hey,
thing.
look at this
does that
guy.
chain look out of place on that guy like a zoot suit would look out of place on me? I mean, that chain does not look right on Graham at all.
You gotta
Man,
you gotta get
that's
the
true.
real king of the NFC North to join this thing.
That's fair.
Ed, you have missed the
I haven't
wildness.
missed anything.
The wild.
I'm saying they go Arman Membu. That's who they're going to pick here.
Who?
The tackle out of Mississippi or Missouri. Membu,
Right.
Missouri. That's
No.
that's who I think they're going to pick.
That's
I've got-
because Tom Brady's going to make a splash on his first pick, in my
It's
opinion.
Genty. It
I
is
think
Genty.
I think Eric's right. It's Genty. That's fine with me. There's plenty of look. We need linemen. I'm good with that. Offensive, defensive lineman. How about Walker out of Georgia? Man, come on now.
I'm telling you,
If I really screwed up the beginning of the show, you're welcome.
Ed, you missed it.
No, he didn't.
Anything.
Brett popped on.
Smoking a heater.
He's got a
and
heater in
wife
his
beater on the
mouth.
porch.
He's got the old wife beater on. He didn't realize we were live.
Dropping F-bombs like his
You gotta see his face when he goes, "Are we live?" I go, "Yeah." That's why I said you shouldn't be ripping the heater right now. He's like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, I took the phone and I showed it to Mama Bear and I said, "Yeah, Brett dressed up for the occasion."
He had no idea. He goes, "I thought we were just getting on at 6:30 and going live at 7."
Ashton Genty.
Yep.
Wow. Yep.
I told you guys weren't going to get him.
That's a sexy pick. You got look. It's Vegas. It's the Raiders. It's Tom Brady. Sexy pick. You expect nothing different out of the Raiders.
Hope I spelled his name right.
Everybody knows who he is.
I was going to put the names on the ticker line, man.
Oh, you know how long it would take us to do that?
Look at Ed. He's been here a minute. He's already dogging his little nephew.
That's your job. What are you doing?
Yeah, you just get here and you start barking orders.
Yeah. Some of us have been here the whole time, dedicated.
Yeah, some of us have got our priorities in order.
Some of us
Look at
here are
David.
here to earn our money.
Watching from Cedar Hill, Texas. Welcome, David.
Welcome, David. Well, good for David. He missed me in my wife beater. That was wonderful. And I swear, I thought we were going backstage at 6:30. Show was coming on at 7. So I pop on at like 6:38 back, like I thought backstage. I'm on my porch outside like I always do. I go to light up a cigarette and Eric's eyes got all big. Well, maybe you shouldn't do that right now. And I looked and I was like, are we live?
And Chad just loses. Face gets beat red. He's laughing so hard.
I was like, what's he doing? Does he just not care right now?
Like some people's freaking kids, man.
I tell you what though, Ed, it was very black tie wife beater. It was all black.
It was black,
very
yes.
Sophisticated. It was
very classy wife beater.
I had the chain hanging out, you know.
I mean, he don't live in no trailer. That was a sophisticated wife beater right
there. It was classic. Are we live? Yeah.
Live? The look on his face. Ed's gonna kill me.
So no surprise with Genty. Genty's a beast.
No.
He rushed for 2,601 yard. I mean, the dude's. I mean, again, if the Bears would have picked him, great. But I think we need to focus on the offensive line or defensive line, whichever.
Hey, Eric, who was the only college quarterback to run for more than 2,000 yards in 2 different seasons?
Say that again.
Who was the only college running back to run for 2,000 yards twice?
Was it Sanders?
Was it Barry Sanders?
No. It was your Iowa
Hold
State
on.
kid.
Who?
Oh yeah, Troy Davis.
Yes.
Yeah, Troy Davis. That's right.
Oh, I'm so disappointed in you right now.
And listen, I got a lot of things going through my mind right now. He only needed 28 yards to break Barry Sanders' record.
Yeah, but that was he was playing in bowl games and stuff. And
Oh
games.
yeah,
Barry Sanders was in 11 games, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
I still say Barry Sanders was the best running back ever. I mean, the poor guy did what he did in Detroit.
Yeah,
you know?
No question.
No, yeah, not the greatest running back ever. No.
Which definitely isn't Emmitt Smith.
No, it's definitely not Emmitt
Walter
Smith. It's
Payton.
Walter.
The sweetness was
Brown.
unbelievable.
Have you
Jim
seen?
Brown, Earl
Have you
Campbell.
seen? Have you seen Jim Brown, Walter Payton, Campbell highlights?
Yeah, which I watched Sweetness at the end of his career.
What was in that cigarette you were smoking earlier, anyway, buddy?
Yeah,
Going around saying
it wasn't strong enough. It wasn't strong enough.
The pick is in for the New York Jets. Who is it, boys? Who you got, Ed? You got to get into the show.
Don't worry, Chad, and tell us.
Come on, Ed.
What is it, Ed?
I'm getting.
I think it's going to be the tight end out of. It's either going to be the tight end out of Penn State or it's going to be Walker, the linebacker from Georgia.
I got the tight end from Penn State.
That would be my number one, and Walker, the linebacker from Georgia, would be number 2.
But again, who's going to throw him the ball?
Well,
my boy.
Hey, they got Justin Fields. Chad loves Justin Fields. That guy could throw in the ball. I mean,
what are you talking about, Brett? Brett, what was in that cigarette? Was that a left-handed one? What are you doing?
Oh, I'm tired.
As a Jets
hey,
fan,
some of us is working double duty tonight. You understand?
Double duty.
Hey, your Panther behind you is getting all queued up for the next pick.
Is she getting ready?
Yep, she's behind you. I can see her over your left shoulder. She was.
Where you at,
little
P?
She is.
You getting ready? Who y'all taking?
So Ed,
Little P says they need a linebacker.
This Ben thinks this.
Oh yeah, Membu. He's a big Jet fan. I said, cousin Ben, how in the hell did you become a Jet fan? He goes, well, I knew they didn't win very often and they sucked, so I thought I'm going to root for a team and see him succeed. He was like 20 when he picked them.
I'm guessing Ben just wanted to lower expectations.
Just a recreational fan.
Just that way you don't have to spend your Sundays locked on the TV like the rest of us.
Yeah.
Oh, the pick is in. There's commercials going on. Come on. Don't worry.
The first night is painful. It typically just drags.
Chad gets the picks long before we do. So
Ed won't. Ed'll have them before the commissioner does. He gets spies.
See that, Eric? That's how it's done right there.
Oh, wow.
Good. Then that is
says the uncle to the nephew.
That is your job.
Yeah, right there, nephew.
That's your job from now on.
Oh, goodness.
Because what's going to happen is you're going to run out of room because you only get so much.
I'll split it into 2 tickers.
All right,
Does
Ed, who
New-
you got? Who are the Jets
Ed, who's the
taking? Ed?
pick?
Let's
Where
hear
are
it.
we at? I've
The
been
Jets.
busy.
Jets.
The Jets.
Let's go.
Jesus.
Jets.
Jets.
Yeah, they can spell 4-letter words. Good job, New York. Good job.
Yes.
But they can't pick a roster.
Oh,
Who
here
is
we go.
it,
Pick
Ed?
in.
It's in.
Tyler Warren, tight end.
That's what I'm thinking. That's my number
Nope,
one. Walker's
Membu,
my number
Ben.
2.
Cousin Ben was right. It's Membu.
Really?
Yep.
I don't like that because that means the Bears could do something dumb and take Warren in the 10th pick.
Wow.
I don't want to think.
Well, I missed the big first trade, but it's just a perfect example again of Cleveland will always be Cleveland.
Yeah, but did you
You
see
didn't
the
like the
haul they
trade?
got for it?
Doesn't matter, man. You need playmakers. You need to have playmakers.
Right, but
They
Ed,
had
listen.
an opportunity to get possibly a once-in-a-lifetime player on their team, and they pass. I don't care what happens.
But,
Whoa, easy there, millennial.
yeah, no doubt. But, are they in
You
a
guys get
position?
enamored with picks, man. Just because you've been picking in the top 5 for like the last decade.
But are they?
You need
But
playmakers.
are they in a position to take advantage of Hunter's playmaking ability, or was the Graham pick building the defense a smarter way to go and build picks for next year? They're going to have 2 top 10 picks next year.
And the next year, and the next year.
Well,
and
I
the
get
next
it.
year.
I get it. I get it.
When you have the chance to have a playmaker that can make a difference.
Let's just calm down a little bit with that generational, once in a lifetime guy. He would have in last year's receiving class, he would have been behind Marv and Malik. Come on now.
Right.
Come on.
I
now.
agree.
Just slow down with the generational thing. I mean, if he comes out and makes a Pro Bowl as both a receiver and a corner, then I will bow down to you and tell you were
There's some of the reactions, guys.
Oh, the famous Jet reactions.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if they were okay with this. Cousin Ben is okay with it. He says good
That's
luck.
for you,
He's a good
Chad.
pick. I know. I know, but it's my job to tease him. That's what it is.
He says, I'm wearing my Sean Jets jersey right now.
That's a poor way to make a decision. I'll tell you that right now.
But I will agree, Ben. It was a good pick. Membu
was a good pick.
Dude, he is a dude. He was one that they talked about as far as balance and always keeping his feet and being where he needed to be. I mean, Membu's a good pick.
So here's the question then. They said the Rams were going to be aggressive in this draft, that they want a playmaker at tight end. They said they weren't getting enough production out of their tight end. Do you see the Rams making a move to get up high in the draft to grab one of these top tight ends?
Oh, God.
Well, the Panthers pick is in, so it's not going to be a trade with the Panthers.
Well,
next is New Orleans and then the Bears.
A lot of teams don't even think Warren's the best tight end. They think Loveland's the best tight end.
Wow.
And maybe Loveland drops to them there.
Or maybe Warren does.
Or Warren, correct.
Carolina's going to take who?
They're going to take one of the Georgia boys.
I think Walker.
Jalen Walker.
I think
Really?
Walker. Yep, I think Walker.
Do you guys remember early in the season last year who Jalen Walker owned in a primetime game? Owned. Georgia at Texas and Austin. He pimped Banks. Banks is supposed to go in the first round.
Right.
Now, Banks did a little better in the rematch in the SEC championship game, but in that first game in Austin, it was a man against a boy that night. Now, again, it was just one game. That's something that you see on film, that's for sure.
I think Walker's going to be the pick for Carolina. What about you, Chad?
God, if he drops to Chicago, that's what we got to do.
Take him.
Yeah.
But will he get past the Saints if Carolina passes on him?
What is that?
Yeah, I'm with you. They go Jalen Walker here.
That's what I think.
What do you say, Ed?
That's who I said. Eric copied me.
Oh, no, we've been talking about it. We talked about it a long time before.
Okay.
Yeah, Ed. Don't try and steal his glory.
Yeah.
Johnny
what are you
come
doing?
lately.
You don't just show up an hour and 15 minutes into the show and start taking credit for everything.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Oh, my name's Ed. I said that Cleveland was going to trade back
Here you go, Chad.
with Jacksonville.
Connor's hoping for a tackle.
Yeah, I'm with him.
I
That's
can't
my boy.
disagree, Connor. I
We've been
cannot
talking about it
disagree.
a lot.
Jones is not the answer over there. I'll take a tackle all day long.
Yeah. Pick is in. Yep, I'm saying Jalen Walker.
Yep, it's Walker.
Be interesting to see how we've got some corners coming up, how those are going to go.
Man,
The receivers yet.
the Saints are going to be a tough one because they could take if Walker falls to them, they could take Will Johnson, the corner. They could take the receiver out of Arizona if that was all kind of smoke and mirrors about him dropping.
Panthers went receiver with Tat McMillan.
They did?
Whoa!
Hey, now
you need better internet out there in the sticks, brother.
Ed, before you got here, we did say, are they going to help Bryce Young? Because the last 3 or 4 games, he saved his job. He saved his career.
That he did.
But we just felt like it was going to be defense. Wow. McMillan,
That is unexpected. Smoke screens, baby. Smoke screens. It's all about
all week long. All I heard was he's dropping because of some off the field stuff. And here we are.
His speed. That's what I heard. He runs what? 4.5.
And he's an outside guy. I mean, he is.
Question is, who's gonna stop the other team?
Yeah, I don't know.
No,
it was McMillan, Brett.
I wasn't expecting that one.
No, we're all shocked.
Does that mean
Ed called that? Ed called it.
Yeah, Ed called it, I'm sure.
Ed called it.
Now, does that mean Walker falls to the Bears?
At New Orleans. And I mean,
they got a chance.
And I think if he does fall to Chicago, Chicago
or
absolutely grabs him.
I don't see how they pass him. I just can't see how they pass him. But he's got to get by the Saints here.
Well, I'd rather take Kelvin Banks, or even Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle from Ohio State. We need offensive tackle.
Oh, listen, I wouldn't be disappointed in either one of those either.
But
so I mean,
if those guys fall. So if they take Walker or Williams here, I mean, it's conceivable they've got the picks. They could trade back in later if one of those offensive tackles falls. far enough, and they could come in and scoop them up too.
Correct.
They could do that.
Correct. The Saints pick us in, so there'll be no trade. Gosh, the Saints' needs are I mean, I've heard anywhere from the edge rusher, Mike Green from Marshall, to Walker, to, I heard McMillan. Like, the needs for the Saints seem to be, like, endless.
And I think there's a really good chance that if the Saints are picking early in the second round, that Jackson Dart would still be available.
Well, do they take him here?
Quarterback.
Derek Carr's throwing shoulder's all messed up.
Yeah. I mean,
They
Dart,
know what.
if Dart is their guy.
Dude, if they want to make a splash, just go on and grab Shador. But
They don't. They're not Shador guys. Giants and Saints are totally out on Shador, unless that's a smokescreen. That's gonna be my caveat to everything.
They were talking about that today, about how many players are basically having a disservice done to them because you've got teams that go public and just bash players to get them to drop down the board so they can get them.
And that's what they tried to do with McMillan.
Oh, 100%.
For the last week that McMillan, he's fallen. We're not even looking at him. And then here he goes.
No,
so two wide receivers in the top 8.
Well, look at how much look at the shock when the whole Shador Sanders thing broke about worst interview I've ever had as a those are things that resonate. They affect, not only that.
Yeah.
Did you see this stat ESPN has up? The longest active drought since drafting a quarterback in the first round. New Orleans Saints, 1971.
That's the last time.
It's the last time they took a quarterback in the first round.
Wow.
Dallas.
That's unreal. That is unreal.
89 with Aikman, and then Rick Meyer for the Seattle in what was that, 92, 91,
92, I believe, was Rick Meyer. Out of Notre Dame, I believe.
Yep.
Do they go with
He had that great rookie season, and then he just fell apart.
Hey, I have heard Mike Green from Marshall potentially going to
I'm saying Jackson Dart.
Mikael Williams.
I think it's going to be Walker. Because I really want Walker. That's usually how the draft goes.
Offensive tackle from Texas.
Banks.
The Texas offensive tackle, Banks?
Yep.
Wow.
Now, he's legit, but I still remember that first game against Georgia and what Walker did to him. And it was like a cat toying with a mouse. It was bad that first game. But like I said, it's just one game. Everybody's allowed to have a bad game from here and there, but we'll see.
Wow.
He's been so good for so long. I think that's a good pick for anyone that takes him.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the Bears to get an offensive tackle now.
Guys, our line's already improved. Look, we still need defensive linemen too. I say you pick the best out of whatever's available.
It's got to be Walker, doesn't it?
Exactly. Our line is already that much better than what it was last season. I know it's not where it needs to be and all that, but
100%. But I gotta believe that Walker. They certainly don't trade out of the 10th position, do they?
Oh God! I was just hoping we could get through this pick without somebody even bringing that up. But because if anybody was to do it and not get nothing for it, it would be Chicago.
I don't think that at all. I think they've done, except for some of the in-season trades they've done. trading for wide receivers has been a disaster. But
I mean, I think this GM has done head and shoulders better than the previous moron.
Well, the pick is in, so it's not a trade, Brett. The pick is in, so it's not a trade.
Give me 10 seconds there. I mean, Chad.
well, I don't see him needing corner. I mean,
It's not going to be Will Johnson.
No. It's going to be on the lines of scrimmage, guys. Whether it's offense or defense, that's just plain and simple.
so is Walker an edge or is he a linebacker? Or is he an inside linebacker?
He played both in Kirby's 3-4.
Yep.
Oh,
He's a hybrid.
Now, it wouldn't break my heart to get Mikael Williams, but I mean, Walker's just kind of, dynamic.
What's this, an award show or what?
Yeah, exactly. What are we doing here?
Hey, everybody simmer down. That's Laura Rutledge, okay? Need a little eye candy tonight.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, well played, ESPN. Ed, we're not too far from talking about your boys.
Yeah. Yeah, you are, because by the time they trade down 15 times
Yeah.
and they have 32 seventh-round picks and think they've conquered the world.
Dude, well, they obviously didn't do that last year because they only got 4 picks this year.
That's because they had to keep trading their picks away to get players in season.
What about this James Pierce out of Tennessee, Brett?
Bro, and I don't throw this name around much, but his get off reminds me of the late great Derek Thomas. Almost. His get off. That first, off the edge, he's hell. He's hell on wheels.
Well, they
If
don't
you
have
nothing but a pure edge that you ain't gonna worry about the run, you go after Pierce. His get off is unreal.
Well, they don't have. They got Mikael Williams listed as an edge, but they have Jalen Walker listed as a linebacker.
Linebacker,
So-
yeah.
But but it was a 3-4. He came off the edge and rushed the quarterback 90% of the time.
Right. He's that hybrid linebacker.
He says Walker is a downhill run defender at inside linebacker, and he can stack tight ends and make plays in pursuit at edge.
Yep. Yep, he's that hybrid type.
Yeah, but now
I'm
Pierce
so confident
off
in-
the edge, Pierce is
There it
unblockable.
Quack.
Hold on. Oh, come on now, make
They're
the pick.
remembering Mongo. They're remembering Mongo.
Yeah, what was it last night?
Oh my God, this is
Greatest football player of all time.
what's the timer at? Did they expire? Next team.
They're honoring
You just
Steve
hate it.
McMichael.
It's great players to talk about. Jealousy is not green. Is
Yeah.
the color of envy, and you don't look good in green, Ed.
Yeah, listen, you're only about 15 players in the Hall of Fame behind the Bears. Don't worry about it.
No, they're a lot farther back than that, but
Well, whatever it is, it's a lot.
40, 50.
Not too far.
Oh my God!
Don't
Here's
say
your oh my
it.
God moment. Colston Loveland.
They took a tight end?
They took a tight end, baby. They took a tight end. Let me get that on there. Let me get that on there. Did you put that video on?
No, I wish I would.
Oh boy.
You know
Tell
what,
you
Chad?
what.
I blame you.
Tell you what, if you guys ever have to punt, I'm gonna be giving you guys crap.
Look at these morons congratulating each other. We just made a stupid frickin' pick. Let's all high five and hug and shake hands. You're on
A bunch of dumbasses. You know, when you said something earlier, I said, yeah, one thing about the Bears, they sure do love to fucking draft it and get a bunch of tight ends. Oh, my God.
Evidently, Cole Kmet wasn't cutting the cheese, buddy.
Well, it's hard to when they never throw you the ball.
Yeah, but Chad, you jinxed it when you said a lot of people are saying Loveland's the best tight end in this draft, not Warren.
So you got the best one then.
Oh, bullshit.
Ed. That's a terrible pick.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that wasn't exactly in the Bears' needs. Unbelievable. There goes Pierce. There goes Kel Williams. There goes Walker. Why would we take any of those SEC guys? I mean, Philadelphia's whole damn roster's SEC guys, and look what they just did. We wouldn't want any of those in Chicago. No.
I'm
not going to lie. I had faith in this GM, but I was scared that we would screw it up like we always do. This was a dumbass pick.
Is this Ben Johnson? Does he want his Laporta so he can throw him the ball a crap ton one year and then totally ignore him the next? Is that what this is?
Oh, my God.
Eric doesn't seem quite as appalled as you two do.
I don't even know what to say. I mean,
2 D linemen and 1 offensive lineman away.
So
this guy's not going to be that much better than Cole Kmet.
Sorry for the language, Chad, but that's what Connor had to say about it.
Yeah, he texted me the same thing.
Good.
I mean, you know, it would be so damn easy to be a damn bandwagon fan.
Like normal next year, do you get to like only have 1 draft pick around, and you have to maybe pick in the middle of the first round once, maybe next year? Or are you guys just going to camp out in the top 10 every year again?
We're just going to camp out in the top 10. Shut your pie hole.
When you win a Super Bowl, then you can talk, Edward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be dead by then.
I'll be dead by then.
So at least I can admit it.
Man, the 49ers pick is in. So here's the deal. 49ers are going to take Walker.
Absolutely they're going to take him because they know what the hell they're doing.
They couldn't get the card in fast enough. They did what? Get this in and run up there.
What a bunch of dumbasses.
They could be like Mike Tice. I don't know where my pencil is to write down the pick. Oh, it's behind my ear. Oh, it's too late to turn the pick in. Shut up, Ed.
Because they talked about if Walker would fall the Niners, they were going to take him.
Well, of course they are, because it's a smart pick.
I thought the Bears were defense.
All right. I'll be right back. I got it.
You're the one that wanted a damn OC as the head coach. Well, this is what we're going to have: 37 tight ends, 85 wide receivers, and 2 damn defensive linemen. That's what we're going to be.
Lions, and you're going to have to win your games 45-44 and 50-43.
What a dumbass pick. And, you know, the last 2 drafts, the Bears, graded way up there. I mean, we had some good drafts, and here we go again. We cannot stand prosperity.
I'm just kind of shocked right
When do
now.
I
you-
really
when do
can't
you-
believe they screwed
when
this
do you
up
think-
that
when-
bad.
When does Chicago pick again?
10th and 12th in the second round.
Yeah.
10th.
No, Pierce is gone.
Maybe they're going to package those and move up into the bottom of the first round again.
Yeah. They were in there. They were in there like they just won a damn Super Bowl or hit the lottery celebrating.
All right, I just gotta take a quick break on that one.
I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Well, on that note, guys, we are going to take a break and hear from our sponsor, Wild Sun Winery. We will be right back. You know, Eric, that was a Jet moment. Because didn't the Jets take a tight end there when there was oh, no!
No, it took a fullback. That's how long ago that was.
Here we go.
It's got, the 49ers, Robert Saleh's back. It's got to be defense. Or they could go offensive line here. I don't know. I'm like despondent right now.
Michael Williams, Georgia edge rusher.
Defense. Yeah. Well, Henry, I'm kind of with you.
49ers took defense. Edge rusher.
Yeah, I saw that. Thanks, Ed.
Yeah, thanks for that heads up, bud.
You're a big help, Ed. Thanks, babe.
Yeah.
Let me introduce you to your kissing cousin, Colonel Obvious. Oh, my word.
God.
Is it too early to grade our picks?
I gotta snap out of it. Ugh. I gotta pretend that Loveland's gonna be a great tight end and we're gonna utilize him.
Just visualize two tight end offense. You're gonna have Komet on one side, Loveland on the other.
We just paid Komet this big old fat contract. All right. Anyway, let's talk about the Niners and this pick.
Yeah, Marty. I hope the Cowboys picked better than the Bears did. Well, Marty, I don't know how you can't, but I guess it is Jerry Jones. So anything's possible. Oh, man. Okay. We got to snap out of it. Williams is a dude. That's exactly what the 49ers needed to do. You know, we're to number 12, and Walker's still on the board. I mean, that's really shocking to me. You know, the green kid from Marshall on the edge, they're talking really highly about him. I don't know. Maybe the Cowboys go to Walker. I'm just shocked that Walker's not off the board yet. Just shocked.
Oh my Lord. Cowboys are in. Here let's make fun of these guys.
Yeah, the Cowboys pick is in. I hope we can make fun of them just so I can
Make us feel better.
make us feel better.
Tyler Booker, guard out of Alabama.
They took the guard out of Alabama. Well, you know, Nate Martin just left, retired. That does make sense.
Nope. Took guard at 12. You guys are stupid. What are you doing?
Yeah, God, why would you take a guard?
Yet. It's way dumber than Loveland. I can't
See, they needed a running back, a wide receiver, a corner, an edge, and they took a lineman. What were they thinking, Marty? Oh my God.
Well, I'm telling you that this draft class being so thick with running backs is actually, I think, going to hurt them.
Oh, I
It's
agree.
gonna push them all. Oh, I can just wait. There's so many of them. I can just wait.
Yep, I would agree with you. Yep, I agree with you.
Oh my word!
Brett may not come back.
I might. You took an Alabama guard? How stupid! That's just stupid. You guys even know what you're doing?
I will tell you, though, this is the first draft I've watched in a long time where we are now 12 picks deep and only one quarterback.
It's true.
When is the last time we were 12 picks deep and only one quarterback is off the board?
Well, just a couple of years ago, what was it, Kenny Pickett? He was the only one to go in the. He was the only one to go in the first round, and I think was it Malik Williams? Was it Malik Willis? Was that
might have been that year?
And no quarterbacks went in the first round.
Man, hey, we need to snap out of it, Chad. We need to snap out of it. The Bears. That was a great pick. Colson Loveland. All right.
I'm trying to calm myself by shoving salty nuts in my mouth.
Man, I've missed you, Chad. So Miami needs a lot of help. I think offensive line.
They got
offensive line.
I think they go cornerback, and the only reason I say that is that sounds like Jalen Ramsey's out in Miami. So they need a good rookie contract to replace that salary.
This could be where Will Johnson goes.
I think Will Johnson's going to drop here.
Yeah, this could be where Will Johnson
Didn't he run really bad? Didn't he run really slow?
Yes, Marty, you are correct. In our humble opinion, Dallas did do better than the Bears. I think the offseason moves that the Bears made off on the offensive line have blinded them.
Yeah.
Welcome to my Panther Pride, who's popping in on the draft.
Second draft show that the bottom line is put together.
Waiting patiently for Detroit to pick.
Yeah. They don't pick for a while.
So we're thinking corner here for Miami, not O-line.
I'm thinking Will Johnson.
Yeah, I think they're trading. They're going to trade Ramsey. I think they're done with his salary, and they're going to get.
Yep.
They're gonna
Ramsey.
He
get
wears
out.
it. He wears himself out everywhere he goes, doesn't he?
Well, yeah.
All right, I'm done. I'm done
Well,
with the
look who's
salty
back.
nuts. Brett,
And Brett is regrouped.
Brett,
Have
just
you
put your
recovered,
hands-
Brett?
Your face right in my hands, Brett, and we'll talk to each other.
49ers picked right after the Bears, and they took an edge rusher on defense.
Yeah, Mikael Williams.
Brett, we're coming out of it. I've been making up to myself, shoving salty nuts in my mouth, trying to get over it. We gotta get it past it. We got a show to do. We're pros. Well, we're semi-pros.
So we're thinking Will
Miami.
Johnson to the Dolphins, Brett.
Makes sense.
Ramsey's going to be out. Will Johnson's the best corner on the board.
That's actually one of the guys that Minnesota's rumored to be interested in.
Well,
He's
it ain't going to be.
he's legit.
You know, the thing that shocks me the most is, you know, if you look at who's been drafted so far, Graham, Michigan, Colston Loveland, Michigan, anticipating that Will Johnson goes to the Miami Dolphins, that would be Michigan. I mean, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, no. Harbaugh. I mean, Harbaugh's Harbaugh.
Let's see.
Marty.
Safety, offensive guard, offensive tackle. I could see him taking either Gray Zabel here from North Dakota State or Simmons, the offensive tackle from Ohio State.
Marty, what did you think about the Cowboys pick?
He wanted to know if we go ahead.
Well, he asked if we thought it was better than what the Bears did, and we did agree. So he's using that as fuel to feel better about it.
Marty, you still have Jerry Jones. Sorry.
Right.
Sorry. But, yeah, I mean, look, I think Book is legit. You know, there's only one Zach Martin, but the Cowboys really got issues on both lines of scrimmage.
Well,
and you
they
got to
feel
give
the
them
need.
credit. They just addressed one of their issues.
But don't you think, you know, the last thing we're going to talk about with the Bears, don't you think that the amount of movement they made with the offensive line and the picks that they picked up in the offseason, that, you know, they just decided they weren't going any offensive line? I mean, are we
this is a heavy offensive line class.
But are we missing a D? Are we missing a D tackle, you know, type out there that the Bears can't pick up here in the second round? Or we, you know?
Yeah, but you know, I'm talking about like the next potential difference maker. You know, could have been Walker, and I think that was the no-brainer pick there. I don't know. Whether we like it or not, we are defensive guys because we're always used to at least Chicago having a defense.
Well, the face of the team is
Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Another Michigan Wolverine goes off the board.
wow.
Wow.
Was not Johnson.
Well, Johnson's had some health issues.
Well, I'm telling you, I think he ran like 4.540 at the combine.
He's going to be safety in the NFL.
Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3 Michigan players in the top 13. Well, the Bears, I mean, sorry, audience, but the Bears, they've got to address running back if with one of those first two, with one of those second-round picks they have. They have to.
They have to.
All I know is you guys better feel lucky that Palco's not on here because with all these Michigan guys going,
Oh, Jesus.
he'd be.
Michigan they're doing the great job out there. They got all the picks. You guys just need to understand the Wolverines have got the best players there are.
Oh, I'm glad we all get along.
I actually wish he was on so I could listen to Chad and Mike go back and forth. That would be outstanding.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what, that might be a viral moment by the time we get done with it.
Right?
Hey,
right?
I love him. I want to give him a hug. I just like teasing.
What did he call you earlier, Chud?
Chud.
Yeah. F you, Chud.
Man, the pick is in. We had trade fireworks right away, and then these picks just start rolling in.
It's going so fast. ESPN's got to be crapping themselves. What are we going to do with all this time?
What are the Colts going to do?
This is another possible, if you talk about Shador going, here's another possible spot.
Yeah, because Anthony Richardson, oh boy.
They're ready to move on.
Tyler Warren's going here.
What do we got? We got Warren left, Walker, Mike Green, the edge.
Will Johnson.
Will Johnson, the corner. Bolden, the receiver from Texas.
I think our viewers need to start weighing in.
Oh, here we go. Picks in. Here it comes. Colts. Since I'm 10 seconds ahead of you.
Yeah.
Tyler Warren. Got it. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Broadcast.
And why is Chicago always so obsessed with taking kids from Notre Dame and Michigan?
Michigan. That's a good question. Well, Notre Dame's right there. You can throw a rock from Chicago and hit the Notre Dame Cathedral.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
we need to pick it up, boys. We're being Captain Dreary's here.
Yeah.
That was a rough one. Ed should be gloating and having fun right now.
Ed's too busy typing stuff in.
I've got to get it all organized, fellas. I gotta have everything just so. I'm an accountant,
I was fixing to say the accountant has came out.
Yeah. He wants that ticker to be updated.
Suddenly, Ed sounds like a 1930s newsreel guy.
Yeah.
That's a bad one out there today, boys.
That's a bad one. It's Yankee Stadium here.
Atlanta's on the clock.
Let's see how quick this pick comes in.
I got $50 on Walker in Atlanta.
Oh yeah, here goes Walker right here. You're right.
I would consider Walker at 15 an absolute freaking steal.
Yeah, of course, because you've got one team with 12 tight ends. It takes another tight end in the draft.
Hey Ed, here you go. Aaron Rodgers to the Vikings.
Yes,
says Brock.
Right.
I'm telling you, the prophecy has to be fulfilled.
Pray it into existence, Brock.
Boomer, me and Marty will see you in the Ham tomorrow, Lord willing.
Please, baby Jesus, make Aaron Rodgers a Minnesota Viking. If you have any sense of humor whatsoever.
Let's all join hands. Well, when I say all, I mean the three of us. Let's join hands.
Wait, wrong way.
There you go. Please, baby Jesus.
Make Aaron Rodgers a Viking.
Please, baby Jesus.
I am 100% for that.
What was Ed doing over there in the corner?
I think he was flipping us off.
Yeah, he was throwing some profanity signs out or something.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in him.
I think maybe, all things considered tonight, we should have had a swear jar.
Yeah, right. Well, you would have filled it that first 5 minutes you were on because you didn't know we were live.
Hey, Ed, but you know, one thing we know for sure now that we've seen him in his black white beater, his nipples are pierced. It was clear. They were popping. He's got what they call them, barbells or whatever.
Yeah.
You know,
and then on my left arm, I've got a heart, and then underneath it says "Mom."
There's going to be people. There's going to be people that tune into our show that are just going to keep replaying the first 5 minutes of the show.
Oh, you know, at first I was like, well, we did say it's very informal. We don't do a whole lot of prep for it. We're just four guys watching them. And Brett popped on, and 3 seconds with him popping on, he's like, what? Where are you? What? I'm like, and he goes, are we live? I go, yeah.
I thought we were in the.
I'm like, man, he's taking this informal thing to a new level. He's on his front porch. He's got a black wife beater on. He's ripping heaters, throwing F-bombs out. I'm like, I don't think that's what F meant.
Ed, you said it was informal.
Yeah, Ed, you're going to have to watch the first 10 minutes. Ed, you're muted, bud.
Earlier today, we were talking about whether we was going to wear suit and ties.
Yeah, well.
Talk about going one extreme to another.
Well, he was going Magic Mike on us over here.
Here you go, Brett. Brock says he's going to charge admission to the tailgate just for your show. Brock, I expect a full report that Brett has that wife beater on, that he had that black one. Maybe just wear a bow tie with it. Something to that effect.
With my credentials hanging off one of the straps.
So Henry asked a good question.
Yeah, you could
tell the teams to take longer.
You could be right, Henry. If this pick is Walker, then clearly ESPN made a call and said, Atlanta, you need to use all of your time. Because to me, for Atlanta, that should be the obvious pick.
Are they trying to work a trade right now?
I don't know. This is the longest anybody's gone.
Is somebody trying to come in, and Cleveland trying to come in and take Shedeur?
Oh boy.
Are the Saints trying to come in and take Jackson Dart?
Do you think
the Bears trying to come in and take the guy they should have took to begin with?
Do you think that the Browns would trade? I mean, they're going to have to give a haul up for it. Of course, they got to.
Trying to think about what the Browns were thinking a decade ago.
Yeah, you're right.
They said the Browns were a good candidate to trade into the bottom half of the first round from their second round pick.
Yeah,
15 so are the Saints.
But here's the deal. I look at it this way. I think you're going to be able to get Sanders anywhere from 15 to 20. I do think the Steelers will take him at 21.
Uh-oh, they're starting to show him.
I think the Steelers will take him at 21. So if you want Sanders, you're going to have to fall somewhere in between 15 and 20 to get him if you're Cleveland.
Brett, what did Braylon Walker do to go this far down?
Man, I don't know.
Jalen Walker,
Georgia's had a lot of discipline issues off the field the last few years with a lot of the guys. Hell, they've had more arrests the last 3 or 4 seasons than any other school in the country. I don't know. I haven't really heard anything on Walker.
You haven't heard anything?
But I know it's kind of been a team-wide issue off the field stuff. And I'm not saying that's it, but that's a hell of an investment to make on somebody if there is, like you said, some off the field stuff.
Falcons, the pick is in. 10 seconds ahead, you know.
Well, there is no trade. I wonder if they were trying to work out a last minute one. It just didn't work out.
Or ESPN told them to slow the hell down.
Yeah. Yeah. This is going way too
I
fast.
don't understand why they don't do the first 2 rounds the first night, man.
Because it would
they
get
like
over
the
about
15 minutes a pick.
12:30. Yeah.
Yeah. Ed, I was telling these kids what it was like watching all 17 rounds in one day. Remember them days?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ed had got the draft on teletype when he first started paying attention to the draft.
Used to take a long time to chip that baby out in stone.
Yep. All right, here the commissioner to the podium.
Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker.
Yep. I mean, I still think he's a steal at 15.
They do get to pay him less there. So Arizona's next. Or did you guys want to say anything else about Jalen Walker? You talked about him quite a bit.
I mean, we've talked about him quite a bit. I mean, he's, like you said, he's one of those hybrid linebackers that can play the edge. He reminds me, and Brett, correct me if I'm wrong because you would know better. He reminds me a lot of Micah Parsons.
Yeah. And again, I just revert back to what he did to some of the best guys that's in this draft, including Banks from Texas.
So Arizona's on the clock. Arizona does need edge, but they also would like a wide receiver to go opposite of Marv.
And now he's playing an hour and a half from campus over there. I mean, that's a steal for the Falcons.
So
Do you think
does one of your Iowa State boys go here? Does Jaden Higgins go here?
I'm thinking it's either going to be Golden, or Mike
Ibuka?
Green from Marshall.
What about the Tennessee kid? You don't think the Tennessee edge, James Pierce Jr.?
They have
Not if he could drop to the second round, but with Chicago, they're probably going to take another tight end anyways.
JPJ.
I mean, from what I was hearing, they've got the Marshall kid graded out higher than the Tennessee kid. Now, again, Marshall does not play in the SEC. I understand that, but from what I've seen, they've got him graded higher.
Well, like I said, Pierce isn't really – he's more, just like I said, Derek Thomas off the edge. If you're looking for a guy that can also help with the run, he's not it.
So they just announced that pick. And what are they getting? 15 minutes a pick or 10 minutes a pick? What is it?
I can't remember.
Because the pick was in so long ago that the Cardinals are already under 5 minutes left.
Isn't it 8 minutes?
No, it's longer than that.
Is it?
It's 10 to 15, yeah.
If the Cardinals don't have a pick in yet, then they're trying to – they might be working a trade or something.
They might.
Well,
I mean,
Cleveland. Although at this point, Cleveland might be sitting there thinking, well, we might be able to get Shador at the top of the second.
But here's my thought process on Cleveland. if you thought you were going to trade back into the first round for Shador or try to beat the Steelers to the punch, why would you not take Travis Hunter with the second pick? Why wouldn't you pair them up if that's what your plan was from the get-go?
I don't know.
I
mean, they have
don't know.
Joe Flacco, so
Yeah, well, I don't know. Arizona needs line help, I know.
pick is in.
I gotta believe that Golden, if they're gonna go wide receiver, it's gotta be Golden out of Texas.
I don't know. Could be Ibuka.
Mel's starting to recede a little bit more.
All the Ohio State guys that have been drafted in the last 4 years, they all say Emeka Ibuka is the most professional receiver they've ever met.
Really?
Yep. Every last one of them.
Jay, I 100% agree with you that if Shador does not go to the Steelers at 21, he will not be a first-round pick. I agree with that.
Yep.
I do. And I'm sure with the 10th pick in the second round, the Bears will take Shador.
As an insurance policy.
Yeah.
So in the war room, is there a rule once you submit the pick, everybody has to stand up and
Shake hands and hug and yeah.
Well, that's after the pick is announced. But before then, everybody just gets out of their chairs and stands there. No fig leaves. No fig leaves.
Well, Jay says here, I can't believe the Giants passed on QB. Well, I can a little bit, Jay. I agree with you. They definitely need a QB, but the QB position is so thin this year that, I mean, why not go get
Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Ole Miss.
He's a bull. He's a run stopper.
Oh yeah, he's a big dude.
But the reason I would
Between
say that
Texas A&M and transferred to Ole Miss.
The reason I would say they didn't take a QB is because it's so thin, and Abdul Carter is a dude. He is a dude on the defense. So, weighing their options, they said, well, do we gamble on a quarterback that, think about where Cam Ward and Shador Sanders go last year with as deep as the quarterback was. Next year, they're saying the quarterback will be better. So you try to shore up your defense a little bit and go from there. That's why I think the Giants did what they did.
And they got Mr. Unlimited. They got Russ.
Yeah. Jeez.
No, they signed Russ. Danny DeVito's like backup to the backup because they've got Russ and they have famous Jameis, Mr. Excitement.
Yeah.
Now who's that?
The Giants. They got
That's
Jameis
right.
and they got Russell.
Yeah, they got Russell Wilson, man. I mean, and Winston. And
those are nothing but go-betweens. It's smart for them to – I mean, you can't pass on Carter, man. He might be the next Micah Parsons.
Oh, 100%. 100%. So Cincinnati's on the clock. They're going defense. Where are they going, Brett?
Pierce, but again, he's not he ain't going to help much on the run game. But that first step is freaking deadly, and Derek Thomas made it to the Hall of Fame off that first step.
Yeah, they got Pierce and Green.
If Cincinnati goes offense, they
Well, who's the defensive tackles? They might need. They've still got that D end.
Is it raining at your place, Chad?
I don't know.
It is raining like cats and dogs out here.
Yeah, it was. I'm assuming it still is. I think they go. I think they're going to go JPJ. That's what we're going to call him, James
Who?
Pierce Jr.
Oh,
James Pierce Jr. JPJ.
they need so much help on that defense.
Yeah, Cincinnati's. This is a defensive pick, no matter what. I don't. Best guy on the
Almost
board.
everyone has to be a defensive player.
Man.
Oh yeah, yeah.
First four
They got
picks,
6.
too. You know, the first 4 picks for sure.
You want to talk about what would have been the steals if Walker would have dropped all the way down to Cincy? I mean, and they were close.
Oh, no question.
That would have been one hell of a steal. I know they were sitting there waiting on that. But I knew when Atlanta came up, I mean, it was a no-brainer. To me, it was a no-brainer for the Bears, but what I know.
Well,
we're quickly approaching the exciting 21st pick, so this is going to be interesting.
the thing
The
about
Panthers
it is,
might be trying to get a trade here because I had one of them jump up here on the desk with me.
the thing about it is, I have to believe that if there's no trade between now and the 21st pick, we're not going to see any. Because if you think about who's left, who is left that is worth trading for?
Well, I'll tell you, Minnesota at 24 is a prime candidate to, if Shador or Jackson Dart drop far enough, they can trade with Minnesota and step in and draft one of those quarterbacks.
I really don't believe Shador is getting past the Steelers. If somebody does not trade in front of the Steelers, I don't think Shador is getting past the Steelers.
And
I would say
I wouldn't put it past the Rams to take one of them either.
There's another team. We mentioned it earlier. The Rams were going to be very active, but yet they haven't really – I mean, they haven't really done anything. I mean,
maybe they were close and just didn't pull anything off. We'll find out in a few days.
Well, I could have saw the Rams, trying to work something out to where they could have gotten Tyler Warren, one of the tight ends or something like that, but they really haven't done anything. We thought Jacksonville was going to make a move. We said Jacksonville said they're going to be – and they did. And then it's just kind of been –
Yeah, we thought, oh, it's on, and then it went.
And then it just went.
Yeah.
Now we're, it's been pretty chalk except for the Bears pick. Come on, Brett, wake up. It's okay.
I mean,
Loveland's going to be a Hall of Famer, man. Well, you can't look at it any other way, dude. Loveland's going to be a Hall of Famer. It's on, bud.
Ed's Colonel Obvious, and you're Captain Positive. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to be Captain Positive here. I mean,
Ed, you're being pretty quiet tonight.
Yeah, what is the deal, Ed?
Who's Cincinnati taking here? Let's hear it. Sit there and snack. We've been doing all the work here, pal.
No, Jay, they don't need they do maybe need O-line, but they're going to go defense, man. Cincinnati's gets a defensive pick.
It's got to go defense.
Got to be. If they do anything other than defense.
Pierce, Tennessee kid right here. Here we go.
It's going to be Pierce or Green. They have to. That's the way to take
Shamar Stewart, defensive end from Texas A&M.
Really?
Yep. Four and a half sacks in 3 seasons. Wow.
That, I mean, is that a shock to you, Brett, or?
And when he got Texas A&M, because I always keep up with the recruiting. We all thought he was going to be a big problem, and he really wasn't. I mean, look at the guy. I mean, he's got all the measurables: strength, length, height, jumping, on and on and on and on. Just not a lot of production. Maybe with a pick like that, it's just a friendly reminder of why Cincinnati's defense is so bad.
Yeah,
I just don't understand with the defensive talent left on the board. That's what you do.
Hey, now, they're talking about his vertical and length of his arms and all that. He had that same vertical and same length of arms in the SEC, and what'd he do with it?
Yeah.
Four and a half sacks in 3 seasons.
Yeah, that's a surprising pick there.
I mean, don't get me wrong, his athleticism.
Hello to you, Amanda. Thanks for tuning in.
Hey, Amanda. He flashed his athleticism at times on the field, but when it got to third and long or second long, and you knew you had guys coming with their ears pinned back, he just didn't get there. And I have nothing against the kid, but the pick confuses me. It looks like another one of those second or third round guys, but they had a great.
It seems like a stretch pick to me.
Yeah, they had the great camp or whatever in Indy. And some guy said, "Oh, I've never seen this athleticism before." Well, you wonder how some of these guys get in the position they're in with some. Well, like Ed said, that to me, there's a dozen, maybe 2 dozen more defenders that's still on the board that I would have took over this guy.
Right.
Well, you don't know. I mean, he has a longer wingspan than LeBron James, so there you go.
Oh well, I guess he had that wingspan after his final year at Texas A&M. Right. Then.
So does Seattle go wide receiver here? Jay asks. What are we thinking?
Well, I thought Seattle was going to end up with the receiver that already went, McMillan.
So do they go Golden? What do you think, Ed? You're awful quiet, Ed. You got to wake your butt up here.
Yeah. Mr. Highfalutin important guy can't be here for the start of the show.
Mr. Big Time Accountant is just kind of sitting there. Is this Golden time?
Ed does seem miffed tonight.
Is it Higgins? Is it Ibuka? Trey Harris, Luther, Burton the third. What are we doing here? Is your Missouri boy going here, Ed? I mean, I know that's your favorite school now.
Yeah,
right.
That's all you talk about.
The pick is in. We're getting closer to 21, and Shadur Sanders going to the Steelers.
Well,
who is it, Ed?
if anyone could put up with Shadur in just his persona and his attitude and his daddy and all that, it would probably be Mike Tomlin. I just don't know if Mike Tomlin's going to be willing to do it.
Here's the deal. I know Pittsburgh has been, defense. I get that, but they went the Russell Wilson Fields route. That didn't work out. It didn't work out. So, I mean, they're gonna have to bring it. They're gonna have to bring a quarterback in.
Matthew Golden.
Gray Zabel, the guard from North Dakota State.
Oh, the guard from North Dakota. Wow. Huh.
Wow. Have fun going from North Dakota to Seattle, Washington. That'll be quite the change for you, bud.
Wow. That's
The skill position
I'm so-
players are just not going, man.
They're not. But like we said at the beginning of the show, this is a deep, non-flashy, both sides of the line of scrimmage draft.
Yep,
It really is.
absolutely.
So, I guess we can't sit here and be shocked that what do we got? One wide receiver off the board. I don't know how many we had last year at this time, but we've got one, two, effectively three edge guys. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 offensive linemen. We've got 1, 2, 3 defensive linemen, 2 tight ends. I'm going to count Hunter as a wide receiver. So we got 2 wide receivers and a quarterback. So, I mean, it's playing out that way. Out of your top 18 picks, it's been defensive line or offensive line.
Yep, Chad. I can see the 24 pick, Minnesota. I can see that being the pick that they used to trade up to get Shedeur.
Yeah, but
Jay, you're
the
right.
argument the argument to that is if the Steelers don't take him, why even do it? Who's going to take him? Not the Chargers, not Green Bay, not Minnesota, not the Texans, not maybe the Rams, maybe. Not Baltimore, not the Lions, not Washington, not Buffalo, not Kansas City, not Philadelphia. So then you're talking about Tennessee's up and they just took Cam. So why even trade up to take him? Now I can see St. Louis trading up to 24 to get Jackson Dart. Right?
I'm surprised that they took Zabel over Simmons.
Simmons is very raw. The complaint about him is he's very immature. What does that mean? I don't know. He's football immature.
Well, I mean, I can
He
see.
I've heard multiple people say he is the most physically talented and gifted offensive tackle in the draft. Now, if he were to fall to Chicago, where do they pick?
10th and 12th in the second round.
No, they got Carolina's second, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
So they got 8 and 10 in the second round. Carolina picks 8th, right?
I think so.
So here it is. I'll just pop the second round. So second round goes Cleveland, New York, Tennessee, Cleveland. Oh, Cleveland. Yeah, Cleveland's got that first pick. They could take Shedeur with the first pick in the second round. Or Jackson Dart, because they're both, one of the two is going to be there. And then at 7 in the second round is Chicago, and 9 is Chicago.
Because there's on the defensive side of it, you've got Pierce and Green left. You've got Derek Harmon out of Oregon. You got the Old Miss D-end edge rusher. But I honestly see Tampa Bay. They've got to get some protection for Mayfield, don't they?
Is Wirfs is still there? He's still playing, right? Yeah, he just signed an extension. I don't know. Is that offensive line bad? I thought it was pretty decent.
I mean, I could see them going Simmons I could see them
Well-
going Connerly out of Oregon.
ESPN has their needs as corner, edge, linebacker, and wide receiver. So they're saying they need. So this is where your Michigan boy could go. Your corner out of Michigan could go here.
Will Johnson possibly. The pick is in,
Yeah.
so there's no trade.
Barron?
Or could,
You talking about Barron from Texas?
no, we said Michigan,
Michigan, Will Johnson.
but he ran slow. I'm almost positive he ran slow. But he had come back from a broken leg, I think.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I
And a
think
lot
it
of
was
people were shocked that he even ran.
Yeah, I think you're right on that.
And Edge, you still got JPJ and Mike Green from Marshall yet.
Pearson Green from Marshall. I don't, You got
here it
Golden,
is.
you got Sanders, you got Baroni on the corner.
Emeka Ibuka, wide receiver, Ohio State. Second wideout off the board.
Well, we'll call it the third because I'm still calling Hunter a wideout.
Oh, that's true. Yep, you're right. I'm wrong. Third.
Ibuka. Well, they talked all day long about Ohio State receivers. So, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Gives Mayfield another weapon. Yeah.
How many more years does Mike have left in him? So you're thinking about replacement. Okay, now we're to pick 20. And they were Denver's up.
Denver's got to get Bo Nix some more help, correct?
Well, they're talking about this is a spot that they've got to be grinning because the running back out of North Carolina, Amarion Hampton. They're talking about him going here. There was rumors that they were going to trade up to get him, but evidently the draft fell right to him, so they didn't have to trade up to get him. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, how old is Ibuka? Yeah, let's check that out. Where's his age? How does he?
Yeah, Marion Hampton, I know he was tied to Denver for sure. I mean, if Sanders is Pittsburgh's guy, then, I mean, it worked out perfect for him.
Yep.
They didn't have to trade up. They didn't have to do anything like that.
If that's what they do.
Right.
I mean, the thing is the only quarterback on the roster is Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
That's it.
Jay, I'm assuming you're talking about Shador. He will go, I believe, 21 to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I think Tomlin likes him. I think Pittsburgh is resetting the quarterback position, and that's where he's going to go, but I guess we'll see here.
And it'd be interesting if Cleveland then takes Jackson Dart at the top of the second round.
Yeah. I gotta believe that if I still gotta believe that Cleveland's going to try to get one of them.
Because Joe Flacco, come on.
Well, I mean, that's like a Sam Darnold moment there, right, Ed?
Come on. That's beyond that.
That's for a while there. That's who I thought our backup quarterback was going to be.
Was Flacco?
Yeah.
That'd have been too much of a quarterback controversy.
Oh, Jay's talking about Scatterbo.
Oh, they're talking Saturday. He's going to go in the 4th round on Saturday.
Yeah, he's going to go later. He won't. Yeah, I would say late.
His refusing to run the 40. That scared a lot of people off.
Yeah,
because the belief is he runs like a 4.6.
Yeah,
he runs tough. He runs hard. But he catch the ball. He can do a lot of stuff, but the speed.
He's a hammer.
He is a hammer.
There's no doubt about that. But
he'll punch a hole into the end zone.
Yeah, they're talking about him for, and that's what I'm saying. Ashton Genty, as good as he is, would you say that? I'll use Scatterbo for an example. Scatterbo has got to be 80% of Genty. I mean, oh, he's better than that. I mean, he was Arizona State's offense.
Scatterbo, yeah. Okay. That's your opinion. You go right ahead. Let's hear what you're gonna say.
But what I'm saying is, if you believe you're a GM and you believe that he's 80% of Genty, and you know he's going late 3rd or 4th round on Saturday.
You realize you just jinxed us, right?
Yeah, no, I know. But I'm just saying, if that's what you believe, then
because polls, by the way things are going, would believe something as dumb as that.
Right. No. But I'm saying if you believe that, then Genty going to the Raiders doesn't bother you because Scatterbo is not number 2 running back in the draft. So you got to believe there's other running backs that are better than he is.
Well, I'm hoping. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. He's probably a 4th round pick, top of the 4th round. I'd be surprised if anybody touches him in 3rd.
I'd be shocked, but I would.
Look how far the running backs have been pushed back. There was the one taken. Now the second one may come off here.
And everybody says, the Saquon Barkley effect. How the Eagles kind of brought the running game back. And yet we're to pick number 20 and there's one running back.
Yep.
The problem with running backs is they're deep enough where nobody's willing to take a 1st-round running back unless, Genty obviously was the standout above all the rest. But nobody's willing to take that running back until – and it used to be – I mean, think about the names that as Bears fans we can put out there. Running backs, Rashaan Salam. Who was the running back out of Texas, Brett? That the Bears drafted.
Cedric
Benson. Who was the other running back out of Penn State?
The Saints gave up their whole draft for?
That was Ricky Williams. Who was the Penn State running back the Bears drafted in the 1st round?
Salam, was it?
No, he was Colorado.
No, he was Colorado.
Oh yeah.
Remember, that's the jersey I wore to the game we went to, and the drunk Bears fans were behind us. Were about ready to get me killed.
Oh, who's the?
Oh, here's the pick.
The pick is in, so Pittsburgh is sitting right there to take Sanders, as we've called.
The cornerback from Texas. So they didn't even take Hampton. Wow.
So what did I miss on the pick before?
Curtis Enos.
Emeka Buka went to Tampa Bay.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a real good pick for Tampa and their needs.
Yeah, Curtis Enos.
Curtis Enos. Yep, there you go.
Here's a name for you fellas. Here's a name. Cade McNown.
Oh yeah, that was the quarterback. And he takes me to the Viking game with his season tickets, right? And I'm wearing my Rashawn Salam jersey, and it's Cade McNown v. Dante Culpepper, and these drunk Bear fans behind us were causing all kinds of havoc. And Ed's got his muscle-bound buddy sitting there with his axe and his helmet and his braids, and Ed's like, no, he's okay, he's all right, he's with me, he's cool. And this guy looking at me, I'm being quiet as a church mouse, and all these dudes are looking at me wanting to kill me because of the drunk dudes behind us. And then Cade McNown leads them from behind and beats up. It was hilarious. I escaped thanks to Ed. Remember that, Ed?
Yep, I remember.
It's a great loss for him.
Yeah, I got to listen to you all the way home.
I don't ramble on too much.
So the Steelers are on the clock.
Changing the subject.
This-
Is this the Shador zone? So what do we think, boys? Or Jackson Dart? I mean, they didn't think Jackson Dart was going to be here at this point.
This could get wild and woolly, really. 5 minutes, no pick.
If they don't take Shador,
You're muted there, Eric. We can't hear you.
I want to see a trade here.
if they don't take Shador,
If
Everybody's
Sanders doesn't go
standing.
here,
could you see Aaron
Everybody's
Rodgers?
standing.
Is Aaron Rodgers on his way to Pittsburgh still?
I think they just took Shador.
Or Jackson Dart. Let's call
No,
it.
they were showing Shador.
I just
Now they're
love where
showing Jackson Dart.
I love where Brock's head is right now. Yep, Aaron Rodgers to the Vikings for sure. I like where his head's at right now.
Shut up, Brock.
Oh, the pick is in
I know.
with the
Let's everybody
21st
make their
pick.
prediction. Shador or not Shador?
It's
Shador.
in the
Shador.
2025 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Shador Sanders, quarterback, Colorado.
What do you think, Ed? That's two Shadors.
I gotta think that's the pick.
But if it's
I'll
Dart,
go against.
I'm
I'll
gonna
go
love
against the
it.
grain. I'll say Dart. Yeah,
No.
Dart. Shador will shit himself.
Oh
Excuse my
God,
language, folks.
it would be
Here we go.
an ego check.
Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon.
Seriously?
Oh my God!
Oh,
All right.
No!
Wow, the fans didn't look too upset, did they?
No, he's a stud.
Who's gonna play
Wow.
quarterback for them?
And Pittsburgh don't have a second round pick.
Oh, that's right.
no, yeah, they don't.
Kenny Pickett is their starting quarterback for 2025.
It's gonna have to be Aaron Rodgers now,
Rodgers is gonna end up being a Steeler.
which means the freaking prophecy is not gonna happen. Oh,
I don't know. He could go to his teepee in the woods and smoke ganja for a week and pop
Take
some mushrooms.
mushrooms.
Should I go to Minnesota or Pittsburgh?
or
Minnesota
retire?
or Pittsburgh? Go to Minnesota, Aaron. Fulfill
He's
the
gonna go
prophecy.
retire.
Gosh,
Wow.
man.
Wow.
Right now, Shador is sitting wherever he's sitting going, oh, my God. I'm not even a first-round pick.
Yep.
And 2 months ago, just about everyone said he was the first overall pick.
Yeah.
Still say,
Chad and I,
still say.
before you came on with your wife beater and your heater, and before Ed was here, Chad and I went through the progression. He was number 1. Then he was number 2. Then he was number 3. Then he might be number 9 to the Saints. Then he was 21 to Pittsburgh. And now he's not even in the first round, man.
Wait.
But I would agree with Jay here.
What does Jay say?
I would rather have Shador than Rodgers.
I would too. What if the Raiders trade back in at 24 and take Shador?
No. What if Cleveland?
Yeah,
Well,
Cleveland.
Cleveland's sitting there at Cleveland's sitting at 2-1. They've got the first pick in the second round. They think they're in the catbird. What if the Raiders hop back in and take him?
Do you think the Raiders are going to do that, though? Is he worth what they're going to have to give to get back into the first round?
It's Minnesota. It's Minnesota. They're gonna give them their second round pick. They're gonna give them a bag of fucking Cheerios.
Right. Listen.
And
we know
some
Minnesota's
Sunny D.
classic. Yeah.
And some Sunny
Herschel
D.
Walker.
And Mike Tyson will slide in at the last second and say, "Well, take it," and then they're screwed.
Man. I'm really surprised by these developments.
Because I was looking at the front end of the second round, and who needs a quarterback?
I just never thought Mike Tomlin would put up with that circus that comes with Shador.
But Mike Tomlin has to have a quarterback, and who does he have right now?
He's got Kenny Pickett. That's it.
I mean, Jesus, Aaron Rodgers is a circus in himself, Brett.
Aaron ain't got but one more year in him, period.
He didn't even have that.
So why? Yeah, I mean, what did he do with the Jets where you're like, oh, Aaron Rodgers still has it? He's fallen so far off his MVP years, it's not even funny. And
you think Jackson Dart's still on the table too?
But why hasn't Pittsburgh learned their lesson from the Russell Wilson debacle? I don't get it. I don't understand it. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. To just say Aaron Rodgers is our guy.
So at the top of the second round, it's Browns, Giants, Titans, Browns, Raiders, Patriots, Bears, Saints, Bears, Jets. So
he's going to end up in Cleveland, guys. But wasn't there 2 or 3 cities that him and his daddy said that he wouldn't play for? Well, how about now?
Yeah.
How about now?
His dad said that. He didn't say it, I don't think. His dad
He's getting low enough now where Dion referring to it as a bag of money. The bag of money is not near as full anymore.
No. No, you are correct.
Will Johnson's still on the board. There must be a lot of stuff about his health.
Well, Chad alluded to it that, what did he have a broken leg, Brett?
Oh, was he the guy that played one game or they found a fracture in his foot or something? I can't remember.
There was something broken, but
did he go to the combine in Indianapolis? I don't think he did.
Johnson missed 7 games in 24 with turf toe injury and missed his pro day due to a hamstring injury.
But you would think, I mean,
So I don't think he ran a 40 anyway.
What are you doing, Brett? He was getting a phone call. It's like I hear the echo in there.
So, yeah, I mean, what there hasn't been any corners off the board. Right?
Yeah, there has Barron.
Oh, that's right. That's it.
But they had Johnson as one of the top corners out there. I don't know.
And I don't think anybody got a 40.
Well, Minnesota got burned by taking Booth when Booth was for Clemson when he was supposed to be all that in a bag of chips, and he had an injury going on at the time, and they took him anyway, and he never ended up panning out at all. So
Right. Yeah, Will Johnson, Mike Green, Matthew Golden, Shedeur Sanders, Donovan
Mel
Jackson.
Kiper's hyped up.
Yeah, he is. Hey, man, whoever colors his hair does a good job.
Hey, Brett, you can't afford to take phone calls during a podcast.
Yeah.
I know. That was my mother. My mother said, "Now who do we got going and tonight? Whatever." I was like, "Hey, I'm kind of in the middle of the podcast right now." And she said, "Is Jalen gone?" I said, "Hell no."
No, he's not going in the first round.
No.
There is thought that Baltimore might take him in like the third if he's still there for a backup to Lamar. The pick is in for the Chargers. Let's see, where do the Chargers go here? Wide receiver? Maybe. Who's left at wideout?
Knowing Harbaugh, it'd probably be O-line or D-line.
Matthew Golden, Higgins, Trey Harris, Burden the third. Oh, Iowa State players all up in this wide receiver rankings here. I don't see any Hawkeyes up there, Ed.
They're not going to have any wide receivers. You got to throw more than 12 times a game.
So is San Diego? I still call him San Diego. San Diego, is this where Golden goes? Or maybe Luther Burden the third from Ed's great love, Missouri?
Man, I don't know where the Chargers
Ed,
are
you got
at.
to wake up, dude.
Yeah, Ed, this is ridiculous. You said about 6 words the entire time.
Yeah. Why'd you even come back for? What the
You should
hell?
have stayed at your meeting. You probably talked more there.
Is that how boring an accounting meeting is? You're just kind of done the rest of the night?
Solving the world's problems, man.
You could have at least done a bump of Coke or something just to try and pep yourself up.
Yeah, maybe a little. Maybe went on the porch and had a heater with Brett. I don't know. Like you wake up.
My anticipation is building to listen to Minnesota trade down.
Listen, that is a possibility.
Here we go. Chargers.
What is Harbaugh and the Superchargers gonna do?
Oh, Amarian Hampton, running back, North Carolina.
Ooh.
I know the fantasy community is ecstatic right now, including me because I have the second pick in a dynasty rookie draft coming up.
Wow. He's going to get a lot of carries with Harbaugh.
Yeah, right. That does make sense for a Jim Harbaugh led team, though.
Yeah.
running
From
back.
one
I mean, that's
from one powder blue team to another.
right. But yeah, that makes total sense that that Harbaugh would take a running back.
Yeah.
And now for the Fudge Packers are on the clock.
Oh God.
Let's see what the let's see what their needs are.
Well, I got news for you. Whatever their needs are, they're going to draft for them. Just saying.
They're gonna need corner. And they need this. So this could be where your Michigan guy goes. They need offensive tackle. Those are gone, except for the
Yeah.
Ohio State kid. You could take
Yeah,
the Ohio
Simmons is
State
still
kid
there.
here. You
Could
could
see
take
Simmons
him
go
here.
here.
Or a lot of people are suspecting this is going to be the first time they took a wide receiver in the first round because everybody complains that they don't have an alpha. But is Matthew Golden an alpha?
What do you think,
Is-
Brett? You know SEC guys. Is Golden really an alpha?
No. I think they go with the cornerback from Michigan.
And then Jaden Higgins, Iowa State boy, is he a alpha?
Higgins is a damn good receiver. Now, could you say he's a point blank number one? I don't believe so.
How
So
is
I'm
he
guessing
big?
Higgins
Is he
is a
big?
big dude.
Yeah, that's the 6'4" one. Yeah,
Yeah.
that could be. They might go Jaden Higgins here.
Noel is the smaller, more slot kind of receiver.
Oh, well, heck, Eric will be a Green Bay fan then.
Not a chance. Dude,
Kinda
Alan
hard.
Lazard played for Green Bay, and I was never a Green Bay fan.
The Lazard King.
Alan Lazard turned into be a pretty good. He's had a pretty good NFL career, and
He had a decent career. He did.
Alan Lazard.
You had to have enjoyed that weekend about 20 years ago when there were 4 Iowa State quarterbacks starting on one Sunday. You have had to have enjoyed that.
But Alan Lazard was he just did what was necessary. Now, did Aaron Rodgers help him along? I'm sure he did. But Alan Lazard did what was necessary. And I think Higgins is better than Lazard. Because I think he's faster. Lazard was never a burner, but he had great hands and knew where to be on the field. I think Higgins has more speed, and Higgins has the same things going for him. Look at that plate of food, man. They're all over it.
Well, what's everybody's
Speaking of food, guys, I've got a DoorDasher on my way.
Speaking of, let's pick Green Bay, our hated enemy. What are they gonna do
I
here?
think Green Bay's got to go with Johnson, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, as far as
Man, this is a hell. Unless he's got some serious lingering health issues, this is a hell of a steal this late.
I would agree, but they could go Pierce. Green is still out there. Pierce is still out there. Harmon, selected by Pittsburgh, was actually below, as far as grades go, below Green and Pierce.
What do you think of Jihad Campbell, Brett?
Oh, he's an absolute steal late in the first, early in the second. He's like I said, kind of a in between the Rashawn Evans, Dante Hightower, and some of those guys we've had.
Minnesota could go linebacker too.
Yeah, they're going to trade out.
Yep, they're doing it.
Campbell will go early second. He could go late first. But yeah, man, that dude, he's legit.
Well, I'm going to go way out on a limb, and I'm going to say Green Bay's taking Jaden Higgins here.
They sure are letting the clock wind, aren't they?
Yep. What about you, Ed? Who's Green Bay taking here?
Ed,
They could use a cornerback, but as easy as it is to say Johnson, there has to be more to the story there.
I am shocked that Johnson's not off the board. So there has to be. Whether it be the combine performance, as Chad alluded to, or something.
I'd be interested to see if Minnesota would take Will Johnson.
We're talking about Green Bay here. Who are they picking, Ed? Come on.
Yeah. Who
Make
they
a
pick?
prediction.
That's what I'm saying. Green Bay and Minnesota both could use quarterback help.
We're not talking about your purple people right now. We're talking about the other horrible team, Green Bay. Who are they taking?
You think Johnson? Jay thinks they need a wide receiver.
How about Maxwell Hairston, Kentucky? He ran
What's he
the
do?
fastest 40-yard dash regardless of position at the combine, 4.28.
Was he a corner?
Yep.
Is that who you're going with? Okay.
By God, he was going, wasn't he?
Jay thinks they need a wide receiver for Love. So if they go wide receiver, is it Golden? I don't see him as like a solid number one.
No, he's not an alpha. That's what I'm saying. They need a big body. All their receivers are slight, smaller guys. They need a big guy.
And Higgins would be a big guy, but Higgins just isn't going to be a first-round guy. I don't think.
Could be. According to ESPN, he's the second best wide receiver left on the board.
No, I know, but I can't see him being a first-rounder. Because to me, first-round wide receivers are the dude. Marvin Harrison. I think Ibuka is that way. I mean, they're dudes. Like, there's no doubt. You know, Higgins is almost there. He's just not quite there.
Well, maybe that's because he was at Iowa State. So maybe he goes someplace else.
You know, why do you have to go there, Chad? Why?
Minnesota's at a point where they're going to have to pay Addison here.
Oh, mercy.
The next year or two.
Do we have to listen to him talk about the Vikings all night?
God. Yeah, we got to listen to him whine about Minnesota, blah, blah, blah. Of course, if Ed would have been on the show for the first 5-6 minutes, it would have been Bears talk. So,
yeah.
He doesn't.
I mean, you know he's going to rewatch it. He's definitely going to rewatch it for Brett's appearance the first time. I mean, Jesus.
What you talking about, Willis?
You couldn't have been more south than when you came on.
You just need a couple of gold chains to go along with the nipple piercing.
Oh my God. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, we're going live at 6:30 and you show up like, oh my God.
What?
All I heard, the song that was going through my head was, do your chains hang low? Do they wobble to and fro? I thought Clay Matthews was going to do their pick. Yeah, blah, blah. Make the pick. Let's go.
Golly.
This is the president and CEO.
It's howdy doody time.
No doubt. Jesus, really? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We've been here. Our show's been on the air for 3.
They went golden.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
I had the position right. I just had the wrong player.
Matthew Golden. Jay,
They all
you're right.
started
They need a
cheering when he said
receiver.
wide receiver.
What's that?
They all started cheering when he said wide receiver.
Yeah, they did. They freaked out.
Jay was right. Jay, that last comment you said, you talked yourself out of it. You were right when you said wide receiver.
Wow.
God, I can't stand the Packers.
I can't either.
Hey, we agree with something, Ed.
The thing about it is, up until last year, I could root for Detroit. I could root for Minnesota when the Bears were out of it, whatever. I could never root for Green Bay. The problem is I can't root for Detroit anymore because their fans act like they've been there for year after year after year after year. And I'm just like,
we're the greatest organization in the league.
that's
We're the Detroit
like,
Lions are the best. Campbell's a genius. I'm backing him every time he goes for it on 4th and 20. I'm in there.
I mean, Detroit fans just all of a sudden turned into like, I don't know, Green Bay fans. Like, oh, awful.
Food break, fellas. I'll be back.
Yes, I can.
Where are you going?
He's got his DoorDasher.
Oh, you got your food.
Yep. All right, Minnesota's on the clock.
Here it
Now's the
is.
time, Ed. We get to talk about
who they
it.
got? Who you got, bro?
Let's see who ESPN says are their top needs. Corner, offensive guard, defensive tackle.
Well, that eliminates Green or Pierce.
So
Could they
take? Is this where your Michigan corner?
Maybe. Could they shock us and take? I can't really pronounce his name. Umalai, the D end edge rusher from Ole Miss. He's still out there. Did you say offensive line, Chad?
Guard.
I don't see him taking guard here. The tackle from Oregon is still out there, which you can move him to guard. Transfer from tackle to guard is pretty easy. The tackle from Arizona is still out there. Savanaya or whatever, however you pronounce it.
Josh Simmons.
Simmons is still out there. Those you can convert tackles to guards pretty easy.
If they pick Simmons here, I'm going to be fucking pissed.
I want Simmons to drop to the Bears. I think he might be a project, but
well, in the second round, it's fine.
Yeah, but yeah, in the second round, whatever. And what do we pick? Like 6 and 8,
7 and 9,
7 and 9.
Yeah, but we all know Minnesota's going to trade. You're going to trade this pick?
No, the pick is in.
Yeah.
They didn't trade it, Ed. They didn't trade it.
It's either going to be, it's either going to be a DB. I could see offensive line or defensive tackle. I would agree.
I got to say O-line, D-line, or corner.
They love corners.
That's where I see them going.
Yeah, they have to keep drafting corners because they can never get any of them to pan out.
Right?
So
Jay, I would say
Johnson.
I would say Jay, they're going to go corner before safety. Not that you can't convert a corner to safety, but I think Johnson. If they're going to go corner, I would be surprised if it's not Johnson here, unless
Johnson or Hairston.
There's some information we don't know. Johnson, for all intents and purposes, feels like a steal here at 21. If you're looking for
Hairston's only 5'11", though. That hurts him. He's small. Yeah, Johnson being 6'2".
Ed, Bill wants to know who you want. Who do you want? What do you want?
I'd be willing to roll with Johnson.
What if they take Simmons here? You happy with Simmons?
Here we go.
They're not. It's not a flashy pick, but we need offensive linemen, so I would take that too.
Donovan Jackson, guard from Ohio State.
Ohio State, the guard from Ohio State. That fills a need. You can't be disappointed with that.
Yeah, I'm never going to be upset with offensive linemen. It's not a sexy pick, but
Offensive linemen never are. I'm surprised that, Connerly's still out there. The tackle.
the Giants have traded back into round one. Guess who they're taking?
Jackson Dart. Oh. Brett better get back on here. Look at Dabo sitting there right next to the guy on the phone. I want to talk to him. Give me the phone. Give me the phone.
Give me the phone. Give me the phone. Trade alert. Trade alert. Here come the Giants. Is it going to be Dart or is it going to be Shatter?
Look at Dion. Look at Dion there. Dion's not happy.
Is it going to be Shatter or Jackson?
Jackson Dart.
You know what? I tend to agree with you, Chad. Would I be surprised if it's Shador? No. But I could honestly see it being Dart.
Yeah, it's Dart.
And that would really, really frost the Sanders family.
Oh yeah, didn't you just see the film of Dion's leaning against the wall like this?
Jay said the same thing. Dion is not liking this at all.
No. No, he's not.
Yeah, you got to protect. JJ McCarthy. He only attempted 10 passes in NCAA career, so he's going to need some time.
He's going to need a clean pocket.
He's going to need a real clean pocket.
He went 7 for 10 in those passes in his NCAA career, though.
Yeah,
that's 70%.
Yeah,
you're proving Ed's point.
Ed, you are torching me off, bud.
Hey, Ed,
your lack of input into this draft show is really torquing me off, man.
Yeah.
I am taking care. What did I do?
Yeah, see, you can't even talk. Did Jolene slip a Quaalude into your your oatmeal or something? What's up?
You get trank darted or what?
Yeah.
Oh, did I say dart? I'm with you, Chad. I'm Jack. Hey, look. Jay just posted that they're hugging Dart and he was holding a phone. Did you all see that?
Yep. Saw it.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Oh boy. Sanders is going to be freaking calling the mafia. My kid isn't drafted in the first round. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Well, it'll do one of two things for him. He'll either just be mad and never be anything, and be bitter, or he'll go, okay, you guys don't think I'm good enough? I'm going to make all of you pay.
Right.
Could very
I'm
well
going to
be.
go with Dart. Jay says that you take downers, Ed. What's going on here, man?
That's what I'm saying. He's on the Quaaludes, man.
You're supposed to be Big Daddy Ed here, and you're Little Daddy Ed here tonight.
Yeah. Little Daddy Ed. Come on, Little Daddy Ed. Let's go.
Chad and I have been at this a lot longer than you have tonight. We're still in it. You know, we were already an hour and 15 minutes deep when you showed up, and you're like,
yeah. We had to deal with some Southern dude on a front porch smoking a cigarette, wearing a wife beater, cursing and like crazy. And now we got to deal with you falling asleep on us.
I'm thinking that's going to be pretty impressive.
Chad. We doing a podcast?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh, we are? Okay.
Yeah.
So I feel like Ed's like tonight, man. Come on, Ed.
I know it.
Let's go.
Right.
Yeah, you're right, Jay. It is a blow to the ego. Sanders are not going to be Sanders family are not going to be happy about this. If the Giants announce that they're taking Jackson Dart, oh my!
It's done.
Oh,
it's done.
Yeah. Henry says, "Let the drama begin." Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm almost praying for Dart now. Oh Lord, baby Jesus, can you make this happen?
Wow.
Because here's the deal. Dart is a Dabo type guy. He really is. And they were talking about it a little bit today. The New York media, if they were to turn on Sanders for whatever reason, how does he handle that? I mean, how does Shedeur Sanders handle the New York media turning on him?
I don't know.
Yeah, but don't you think New York is the perfect place for a personality like him?
You know, only if I believed that I would believe that it was a perfect place for his dad. Flamboyant, whatever. We don't know what kind of player Shedeur is going to be. I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't know.
It's official. They took Dart.
Is
official. Yep.
Oh boy. Jackson Dart. What's going to happen if the kid from Louisville and Jaden Milroe go before?
Oh wow. Wow. Atlanta's up. How'd they get this pick?
Did the Rams trade out of it?
They did.
I thought the Rams were going to be movers and shakers, and now they're trading out of the first round.
No, the Rams
Atlanta
said the pick is in for the Rams.
No, it's trade the pick to Atlanta. So is Atlanta coming in for are they coming in for Pierce or Green?
Would you trade up for them?
If you
first round?
If the price wasn't very high.
Well, I mean,
Atlanta has Michael Penix. They're not taking Shedeur.
No, they're not taking Shedeur.
I think they're trading in to take one of the edge rushers, either Green or Pierce. Because you trade back in for quarterbacks and edge rushers. You don't trade back in for anybody else.
Man, I don't know. Would they have had to?
I suspect so. I'm guessing they're going to go back to back.
It depends. What was their pick in the second round?
Oh, I don't know now. Let's see. $14.
Well, I mean, maybe both of those are gone by then. But I mean, is Pierce, like Brett said, is Pierce that impact guy? Would Green out of Marshall be that impact guy?
I don't know. Or are they coming in? They coming in and taking Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle from Ohio State.
Simmons is raw.
They're not coming in for a running back. They're not coming in for a quarterback. I don't think they would come in for a receiver.
Who would be? I mean,
they're not coming in for a guard.
Who would be a receiver that they would come in for?
Your boy Higgins, Trey Harris, Luther Burden III. I don't think they're coming in. I don't think they're trading back in for any of those guys.
Well, the pick is in, so I guess we'll see here.
I mean, I'm guessing one of the rushers or Simmons.
Oh, they're slapping everybody's back. Yeah, you bet. There's a big bear hug. Good job.
I mean, maybe you trade back in for Will Johnson, but really? I'm saying it's one of the edge guys. It's one of those two edge guys.
Well, it's gotta be the edge. It's gotta be Pierce Green, Simmons, 26 overall and a third-round pick.
Yep.
They gave up their second,
Pierce,
their seventh. They gave up their. It was Pierce.
Yep.
Wow.
JPJ.
Wow. I don't know about that one. That's a head scratcher. I wish Brett was on here to give his commentary on that. I don't know about that one.
Okay. Falcons receive this 26th overall pick and the third round pick, and the Rams receive 2025 second, 2025 seventh, and 2026 1.
Wow.
They get Atlanta's 26-1.
I mean, on paper,
that's kind of ballsy to do that at the end of the first round, isn't it?
The end? I mean,
you're confident. That means you're pretty confident that your pick's going to be in the back third of the first round next year. You think you're going to be a playoff team?
I mean, they are in the South.
What's that supposed to mean? Oh, it's easy. Yeah, the South is easy.
It's not like being in the NFC North, but wow.
I thought that was a joke I thought that was a slam against Southerners in general.
No. I mean, I would have angled that way if Brett was still on, but he's not even here, so wow. Pierce. Didn't see that one coming.
Baltimore.
I mean, it was a need. But you're giving up your 2026 first rounder for that?
You only trade back into the first round for quarterbacks and edge rushers, man. Nothing else. So, Baltimore needs defensive tackle and corner. So again,
does Johnson finally go?
Johnson finally go. Because let's see. The top defensive tackles are Darius Alexander from Toledo, Shamar Turner from A&M,
Mike
TJ
Green is
Sanders
still
from
out there
South
for
Carolina.
Marshall.
Yeah, that's edge. And I don't know if they need edge, but they might draft edge. They could go back to back here.
You got the D end edge from Ole Miss still out there. You got the D tackle from South Carolina. I mean, if you go deeper than that, you got the D lineman from Arkansas, Landon Jackson. You got the DN from Michigan, Stewart. Huh. I don't know. Ed, I got to get you talking. So, who won that right there? You know what?
So I'm
Atlanta gave up.
I'm taking the first round pick.
Because Atlanta this year was in the 15th slot. So, you know, the Rams are looking at, you know, maybe a top 15 pick. And, I mean, two first rounders for sure.
That's just, for that late in the first round, it just doesn't seem smart to trade away your first.
That seems like a damn good haul for the Rams.
Yep.
I thought the Rams were going to be aggressive in gaining picks this year. That was something I didn't see the Rams doing.
Yeah,
I thought
usually they're trading all their picks away and not acquiring more.
I honestly saw them going up to get Loveland or Warren or you know, somebody along that line, and to basically say, you know, we're not going to have a first round pick, that kind of surprises me. Because if you look at the West with San Francisco and the Chargers, well, Chargers and AFC, I guess. San Francisco, the Rams, Seattle.
Oh, the Rams didn't have a second round pick. So that gives them a second round pick. Unless they swapped theirs. I don't remember if that was in the trade or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I think got you nailed here, Ed.
Battlehawks caw-caw. Is it past your bedtime there, Eddie Bear? You're low T tonight, bud.
Yeah, you should have taken a hit of something.
Does it seem like this year's draft there's just not that many? I don't know. It just doesn't seem to be.
Ravens took Malachi Starks, a safety from Georgia.
Wow.
Not sexy enough players for you, Ed?
Doesn't seem to be.
Well, but here's the deal.
You got a fan, Chad.
Hi, Amanda. How you doing, sweetie?
We talked about this, Ed, when you were in your meeting talking numbers and stuff. That this year's draft, because it was so heavy on offensive and defensive line setup, that it wasn't going to be that sexy type of draft. Oh, this receiver, this quarterback, it just. Here you go. Jay says, "Did you take a convenience store gummy, Ed?" Oh, hey. You need to make sure and bring us some wine back when you come back the end of May.
You said that the other night on the phone too.
Well, you got
must be really important.
You got to put your order in.
Yeah. Because Wild Sun, it's all gone. My
Wow.
wife has a.
I thought you guys were a little light that night.
My wife has a
that
drinking
day.
problem. I don't know how many nights.
Oh, that's quite the suit. It's all pink.
Here you go, Chad. How does it feel to be a grandpa?
It's pretty amazing. She is the best. She is the best. She's fun. We just had her for the whole weekend, Easter weekend. And the kids came back too. But
Yeah,
the baby is over there.
they kind of come with them.
And the kids come back too.
My wife tried to convince my son to leave her here, but that didn't go.
Yeah.
She's pretty awesome.
So, Brett, did you see the trade as you were coming back in?
Dude, I sit here and believe it or not, ate a salad.
What?
So while I was eating my salad, I watched all this, and wow, with the trade with that Jackson,
Potato salad.
I love potato salad now, but no, this was a grilled chicken house salad with one ranch sauce because the dumbasses didn't put my extra sauce in there, so I was eating real healthy.
As he's housing a Mountain Dew.
One right after another. But yeah, man.
I wanted to see it work eating Snickers with a Diet Coke.
Yeah.
Oh, look what Amanda asked about your salad.
Was it a toss salad? Bam! You can tell. You can tell
like DoorDasher.
You can tell we've been on for almost 4 hours.
Oh no! I know.
I love it.
Did he have a gentle touch?
Keep in mind, Amanda's the one that's with a guy named Dirty.
Well, yeah, you're right. You are right. Yeah. Boop, boop. Bam.
Man, but the trade, they took Jackson Dart over Shador, and then the Falcons. How about the Falcons, guys? They're no longer going to be near the end in stats and sacks moving forward. Jalen Walker and Pierce traded up to get Pierce. Wow. I think the Giants and the Falcons have won the first night of the draft, hands down.
Whoa! The Bears took Loveland.
Yeah, we took a tight end, bud.
Yeah. We take one every damn draft.
You just saw that come across underneath you on the ticker, huh?
I mean, we took a tight end, bud.
Hey, is that Mike?
Mike where?
On TV. ESPN.
No, she was breathing in between yelling.
Did he deliver the goods, Brett?
Yeah, I actually got the right order this time. You remember what I'd ordered?
Jesus, I remember that.
You ate like a king that night. Might not have been.
I did, and I paid for it for 2 days after that too. That was God's way of paying me back for taking someone else's food and devouring it.
Yeah, the
So
amount
who-
of food that you ate
Oh,
that night was, I mean,
and it was so late, and it was all greasy food, and then throw in the big Dr. Pepper on top. I'm telling you, I didn't feel right for 2 days after that.
so the Lions, I would assume the Lions are going defense here.
It would have to be, wouldn't they?
Mike Green.
I would say Green or Johnson have to go off the board here, don't they?
Look, it makes all the sense in the world, Detroit and
Tyleek,
Will Johnson, but they've
Tyleek
got a bunch
Williams,
of young
defensive
guys in the
tackle, Ohio
secondary.
State. Tyleek Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State. Wow.
They passed up on the Michigan boy.
Sure did. Well, they got Terry Arnold and Deion Branch. They got a bunch of young guys in the secondary. I don't know, man, with their new assistant coaches and all that. It's going to be an interesting season for them. Ed, what did you think about the Vikings sexy pick?
I don't think you can go wrong. Like I said, it wasn't a sexy pick, but you can never go wrong with offensive linemen. They would have loved to have had a few more offensive linemen this year, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So does Green finally go to Washington? They need edge rushers.
Man, I would think so.
Your guys' guy Johnson might fall out of the first round.
You know what? And he would be a steal, I think, in the second round.
Unless there's something we don't know.
Yeah,
there might be.
Yeah, but it's not like they're picking the other corners. They're not picking the other corners and leaving him behind. So, I mean, what? One corner's gone off the board?
What do you think about Dable? I thought that was pretty entertaining.
That's odd.
Well, watching Dable keep reaching out for the phone.
Yeah, well, no, I just thought it was pretty entertaining when they kept going back and forth between Dart's camp and Shadur's camp, and that Dable and the Giants just spurned Shadur, and now reality's got to be setting in. Those two franchises, which I think one of them was Cleveland, that time didn't want his son to go to. Beggars can't be choosers at this point.
Yeah, he didn't have the. They didn't have the Manning clout to pull that off. But we'll see. Tomorrow night could be fun at the top.
Well, I mean, I look at it like this. If Cleveland does end up with Shadur, why do you trade out of the number 2 spot to get Hunter? I mean, to me, pairing them up makes perfect sense.
Well, I mean,
well, you're saying he's out in Cleveland. Well, I mean, it would have to be New Orleans then. But you know that I think they were after Dart, wasn't they?
Yeah, they are not in for Shadur. No, well, Cleveland's got the 1st and 4th pick in the second round, so they can go get another wide receiver, and they can take Shadur.
But the way it's working out, they could have taken Travis Hunter with number 2 pick. And
I think Jay's thinking they're going to go wide receiver here.
Who's the top receiver on the board, Chad?
The top receiver on the board is, I think, your boy Higgins at Iowa State, Trey Harris from Ole Miss, Luther Burden III from Eds, Missouri, and then Jalen Noel from Iowa State. Those are the top 4 guys.
Well, the pick is in.
Well, Isaiah Bond is all the way down there. Isn't that the guy that left Bama? He is all the way down at 13th currently. So that means insert what, 2 or 3 more wide receivers. So he
I
was
sure hate that.
You what?
Sure hate that.
Well, Washington. I think this could be where I think this is where your boy can go. They could take running back here.
Who are you talking about?
I think receiver has a chance to fall off the board between Washington, Buffalo, and Kansas City. We could see 2 receivers fall off here.
Well, Washington, I mean, they need a running back, and they don't draft again till towards the end of the second round. So, I mean, we could conceivably see one of the Ohio State running backs go here, or Caleb Johnson from the Choke Eyes, or
Hey, Malachi Starks for the Ravens was a phenomenal pick as well. That dude, I'm just glad he's out of Athens. He was a starter and just took over that secondary when he was a true freshman. I mean, that dude's unreal. He is a ball player.
all right, here we go. Washington. The Redskins took Josh Connolly Jr., offensive tackle from Oregon.
Huh.
Or maybe he was defensive tackle. Let me look. No, offensive tackle. Hugs, everybody hugging each other, slapping each other's backs. Man, you're way behind. 3 picks left.
Offensive tackle from Oregon, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Offensive line, defensive line. That's been the
theme of the first round.
It is. You know, Jay posed a question about Shedeur. What pick does the Jets have in the second round? Chad, do you have that?
What's that?
What
the Jets in the second round?
Yeah.
They have the 10th pick.
Gosh, does Shedeur fall clear to the 10th pick? Does he get by Cleveland with 1 and 4?
No.
I think whether he likes it or not or whatever, I mean, he's going to end up in Cleveland.
That's how I'm leaning. I mean, I was shocked when the Steelers didn't take him. But, I mean, at this point, Shedeur has to go wherever he goes.
So, of the 29 picks so far, 16 of them have been offensive or defensive line.
Yeah, and that doesn't echo sexy draft.
No.
You know.
Well, that's because the real highlight skill position player was running back, and they push all of those.
Yeah. Correct.
Buffalo has 78 wins since 2019, including playoffs, the most in 6 seasons span without a Super Bowl appearance. That's got to make you feel a little better, Ed. That's one you don't own.
Yeah. Isn't Jay a Buffalo fan?
I don't know, Jay. Are you a Buffalo fan? My Bills are on the clock.
Bills are on the clock.
He is. All right, Jay, who they taking? Who do you want to take, Jay?
You got tell us,
Who do you
Jay.
want to take?
Oh, this could be your corner. I keep saying that every pick. There's something wrong with that dude, man.
There has to be.
Will Johnson right here. Put it on the board.
What do you think,
What
Jay?
is it, Jay? Come on, Jay. Who's it going to be, Jay?
Yeah, I wonder if you fellas are right. I wonder if it is a rule once you send in the pick, everyone's got to stand up away from their
I don't know.
computer or something. I mean, it's just
the only ones they showed that didn't do it was Detroit. And Campbell's like in a t-shirt with holes in it, and like sweatpants had a hole in them. They just sitting there chilling. He was trying to go for it on fourth down.
It's a good thing Mike isn't on here.
Good, Jay. You got to give us a name, bud.
So Jay would like a receiver or a tight end, but would be okay with defense. The pick is in. I think KC's got to go receiver.
Well, we're talking about Buffalo right now.
I know. But
KC keeps whiffing on the receivers. I'm saying Will Johnson.
Man, don't they have to give Josh Allen some help? He can't do it all every year, can he?
he's doing a good job of it.
I hope it's Higgins, Jay, but I don't know. He's a big, sure-handed receiver with some speed.
Nobody wants to draft those Iowa State wide receivers. Oh, Jay wants one though.
Oh, Higgins is a good. He's good. There's no question.
I don't know. I don't think. Maybe he is.
Ugh.
I think they were talking about Elijah Arroyo as being like just below Loveland and Warren for tight end, but I don't know if they do that here.
I don't know if I would do that in the first round.
Eagles traded Maxwell Harrison, cornerback, Kentucky.
Oh, they took the Kentucky cornerback.
Yeah.
How far down the list was he?
Oh, he wasn't.
Well,
he was.
He was right behind.
He was
Johnson.
the next cornerback below Johnson.
Again, what's wrong with Johnson?
I don't know, man. There has to be something.
KC and Philly flip picks here.
They did?
Yep.
Wow.
What did KC get out of it?
I don't know.
They literally traded places.
The you know what they're after. They're after that Marshall kid.
Mike Green?
Yep, I'll bet you. Of course, I haven't been right very many times tonight, but I'll bet you.
So Maxwell Harrison got invited to the draft, but Shedeur Sanders didn't.
Yep. That was the telltale sign that he was not going to go in the first round, as he did not get invited to this. because they don't want anybody sitting there. They've been embarrassed and humiliated. I mean, there's so many
Oh.
stories.
Everybody remembers Aaron Rodgers' face, right?
Yes.
Oh boy, I still relish that. Well, as a Bears fan, it's the little things.
Yeah, kind of like taking the tight end every damn draft.
Hey, at least we snapped out of it. Ed hasn't been part of the show for the entire time
Yeah.
we've been here.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. But Ed is just a big snooze. Good no help.
You guys done yet? Well, I mean,
We
no.
can keep going, pal.
I mean, Chad hasn't been on the show since after the Super Bowl.
Well,
I mean,
no
I
wonder
figured-
he's talking like crazy. Then he hasn't talked in months.
You need to liven up. Jolene should have came in earlier and grabbed both your nipples and just twisted them really hard. That'll liven your ass up. Just can't do that to Brett. You might pull out one of his barbells he's got pierced in there.
Amazing people actually do that.
Yeah.
I will be
Made
honest
Brett.
with you, Brett. That made my whole night. We're live? Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what, that must have been our reaction in the draft room in Chicago tonight too.
Well, whatever player Philly wanted, somebody else must have called Kansas City and they were going to trade ahead.
Yeah.
Philadelphia said, "Nah, we'll trade."
Yeah, I bet you're right. Yeah, does Kansas City roll the dice on another receiver?
They're going to. I believe so anyway. I believe they're going to roll the dice on a receiver. I mean,
they don't need offensive line. They just
Patrick-
lost a lot of offensive line.
Patrick Mahomes said it himself. We're gonna bring back the deep ball. We're gonna bring back all the, But I wonder who the Eagles would have wanted that they were worried about Kansas City picking then. I can't believe the Eagles are going after a wide receiver.
No, I think they're going after Green. I think somebody was looking to trade back into the first round and snag Green.
Oh, that could be.
Kansas City called Philly and said, "Hey, so-and-so just called, interested, and they want to come up." And then you could just make whatever up. And Philly might have said, "Hey, let us know if anybody calls wanting to come in to take an edge, because we'll give you a deal." I haven't seen what happened. I didn't see the transaction, so I don't know what was swapped.
Yeah, they haven't put that up yet. Man, I tell you what, if
one
Will Johnson,
of the subjects we didn't cover tonight was, does Kirk Cousins get traded during the draft?
Won't be during the draft. It'll be after, probably. I think
Minnesota.
No, I think he's heading to Cleveland because the head coach for Cleveland used to be the Minnesota's offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he's not. I have a hard time believing they're gonna go Flacco to Cousins, especially if they draft Shador. No.
Oh, that would be.
Well, when you're on a rookie contract, you're not going to bring in Kirk Cousins to be a backup unless you got to take unless Atlanta's going to eat a lot of his salary.
Yeah, Atlanta's going to have to pay most of the salary because Cleveland can't take that quarterback salary hit. They've already got one on the books already.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Watson was That was a fireable. That was a fireable offense right there.
Especially when you slap that guaranteed at the end of
Oh,
it.
how much of that money was guaranteed of his contract? Like
All
of
Every penny.
oh, geez.
All of
Every
it.
penny.
Yeah, wasn't it like 240 million?
And here's how inconsiderate he is. He goes, gets this Achilles surgery, supposed to be wearing a boot all the time, goes on vacation with his girlfriend, takes the boot off, and re-ruptures the fucking Achilles. Wow. Wow.
You know, I guess if you guarantee me 240 million, I'm probably making poor choices as well.
Well, doesn't that give the Browns leverage in saying you're not living up to your contract if they have things in the contract about not doing stupid stuff to harm yourself? You know, like a lot of guys can't ride motorcycles, can't play basketball in the off season.
I wouldn't doubt there's an escape clause in there somewhere.
Oh, there better have been, or somebody's head's got to roll on that. Somebody's head has to roll.
I remember my goofy brother was so high on him.
Here it is. The Eagles get the 31st pick. Chiefs receive their 32nd overall and the Eagles' 5th round pick. So they didn't get a whole bunch. They got a 5th round pick for swapping spots. Here's the commish walking up to the podium. 10 seconds behind me, people. I'm a time traveler.
I must be about 30 behind you.
Jahad Campbell, linebacker, Bama. What's that? What's that, Brett? What's that look?
You got to give Philadelphia credit, by God. They know what they're doing.
Is that a good pick?
Yeah.
A good pick or?
Yeah. Well, you know, I Philadelphia is one of the teams I hate tremendously, along with their fan base. And, of course, that's where Campbell had to go because, you know, that's where Hurts is. That's where Johnson is. That's where Smith is. And then they've got a ton of Georgia guys, too. But they're pretty damn intelligent. You got to give Philadelphia credit. You load that roster with Bama and Georgia boys, and they done won one Super Bowl, probably got more coming.
So, I mean,
the Bears got a tight end.
Mike Green from Marshall is still sitting on the board.
And they thought he was a first rounder for sure.
Yeah, and Kansas City needs edge. In fact, they don't even list wide receiver as a need for Kansas City.
Wow.
You see these highlights on Campbell?
See what?
You see it? You watching these highlights on Campbell? He's legit.
Well, again, Campbell was invited to the draft and Shedeur Sanders was not.
Well, and he got drafted in the first round, and Shedeur Sanders did not.
Here you go, Brett. This is for you, bud.
What's that?
Jay.
What? What did he say?
You're going to make him vomit with that comment, Brett.
The truth hurts, you damn Barner. I can't help you. You pick the team that's Bama's bitch. Just playing, Jay. At least we're on the same side of the UFL.
Oh, that's right. Is Jay the LSU guy?
No, he's an Auburn fan.
Auburn. Oh, yeah.
He's a good guy. Nobody's perfect, but he's all right.
He's a good guy. Nobody's perfect.
Auburn did a lot of buying and selling this offseason, Jay. They building that roster up, ponying up that money. Oh, Yellowwood. And they got some other rich boosters as well. They ponying up.
So let's see. So your corner is still out there, Johnson.
What in the world is going on with him, I wonder?
I don't know.
Nobody thought that kid was going to the second round. Nobody.
Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle from Ohio State, is still out there.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. What? The Eagles have 20 picks in round 2 and 3. What?
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 No way.
What are you talking about?
No way.
Well, they only have one in the second. Well, it's easier to do this. Yeah, what? They don't even what? He's exaggerating. So they got one in the second. They got one in the third, one in the fourth, and they did have 5 in the fifth. Now they only have 4 in the fifth. But they got no 6 and no 7.
Chiefs pick is in. Final pick of round 1.
All right, everybody's got to put in their prediction. Damn it.
Hell if I know.
Who are they picking here?
I'm going to say wide receiver. It could easily be offensive line. Could be Simmons. But Simmons is not.
I was just fixing to say, what about Simmons from Ohio State?
But is he ready?
They don't necessarily need him to be ready.
You know, when he played for Ohio State, he's got more experience than most other.
Here it is.
Yep, it'll be Henderson.
Josh Simmons.
I'm not mean Simmons.
Offensive tackle, Ohio State. They took Simmons. Simmons is gone. Damn it.
Man, that makes it pretty thin for the Bears here coming up.
Yep.
Maybe you can convert that tight end into an offensive lineman.
Well, that leaves the offensive tackle from Arizona.
Ed finally smiles.
The offensive tackle from Minnesota. Offensive tackle from Purdue. Offensive tackle from West Virginia.
Wasted the damn early first round pick on a damn tight end.
Well,
Well, that was an interesting first round.
I'm not going to lie.
2 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
2 quarterbacks, none of them named Sanders. Multiple offensive and defensive linemen or edge. How many wide receivers? I'm counting Hunter as a wide receiver. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 wide receivers.
2 running backs.
2 running backs. How many corners and safeties? 1, 2, 3 corners of safeties. So it was definitely dominated by the trenches as we predicted. So
You predicted. I didn't think it was going to be that trench heavy. That was you and Brett.
Jay, we will not be on tomorrow. We only do the first round. We're 4 hours and 15 minutes deep. We will be watching the UFL game with you. Well, Chad won't, but we will. So
I'll be watching the NFL draft. Good luck on your ratings tomorrow night. You could have skipped this Friday, bud. That's a bad idea.
Yeah,
As a wise man once said, that's a bad idea.
I'm just glad we're not all NFL fanboys, though, Chad.
Hey, I will tell you, I do find, unlike Chad, who hasn't really given the UFL a chance, I do find Australian footy ball entertaining.
It is entertaining.
You should have watched my boys last week. They had a big game against a 4-1 team. It was a fight down to the end, and they pulled it out. Ed can go back and watch it.
Go back.
The hell of a! I gave him my app. You can go back and watch it, Ed. I might give it to Eric if you're not going to watch it.
Brett, you gonna answer that question?
Yeah, Jay, I'm gonna be there, man. I'm gonna probably hang out with you guys down at the bottom for half the game, and I'll be at the press box for the other half of the game. And we'll see how it goes. Both teams gonna have third string quarterbacks in there, and ticket sales look pretty good. Don't know. It'll be an interesting night for sure. I think Bill Alexander and a few of the members of the yacht club's gonna be there, so should be a fun time.
I looked at ticket sales for the Battle Dome too, and it looks like it picked up a little bit the last couple days, but I'd say the crowd's probably going to be pretty equal to what last week's was, the last home game.
I did watch some games. I watched some parts of games, and they need offense. The offenses are atrocious. Just being honest.
They are struggling.
That's an interesting way to put it. I would say atrocious.
Well, week 4 was a lot better than any of the other weeks.
Struggling is scoring 14 or 17.
You got to admit, too, the UFL clock's a running clock except for the final 2 minutes of each half.
You know, that's the one part that if you're a casual viewer that you don't understand.
Yeah.
It
goes pretty quick.
The quarters just disappear.
Yeah.
They just disappear. Compared to an NFL game where it's like,
okay, well then maybe that's not good.
Well,
maybe you think it's a positive and it's not.
It might not be, but you're talking, teams average 8 to 10 drives.
I don't know if it's that many, Eric.
But if you got 8 drives, that's two a quarter.
As another wise man once said, chicks dig the long ball. And you guys are slapping bunts.
Yeah, well,
they're not sexy and they're not fun.
Speaking of the long ball,
you need more offense. So whatever it takes to free up the offenses, y'all need to do.
Speaking of the long
listen
ball,
to a Chicago Bears fan talk about offense.
Right.
Yeah.
A Nebraska Cornhusker fan talking about offense. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of the long ball,
show on turf.
I want to give a shout out to all my Cubs fans out there.
Oh, fuck.
Why are you still talking baseball when we
can give 2 shits about baseball?
We just swept the Dodgers, baby. Boom.
Are people still playing that?
Shut up.
People are watching that stuff?
Shut up, Chad. All right.
I didn't know. I thought that went the way like dinosaurs and woolly mammoths.
Since Chad is bagging on baseball.
Ratings are tanking like the NBA.
Actually, you're wrong on that. The ratings are going up on baseball because baseball has actually made some adjustments to speed the games up and things like that. So you're actually wrong, Brett. Just saying.
Yeah, Brett.
Well, Jesus Christ, he couldn't have got any slower.
Listen, I
don't
can't
go
help
down
it.
That challenge.
I can't help it. You're the guy that goes out to eat with somebody and you sit there like this talking. I
What's
can't
that
help
got
it.
to do with the baseball game?
Because he has to have constant just,
Well, his nipples are chafed because of the piercing, so he's got to stay distracted all the time.
I'm gonna tell you what, man. I haven't watched a full baseball game, and a lot of it's got to do with the non-salary cap too. I get being a Braves fan, I get so tired of them having the best farm team, and then when the guy's contract's up, the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Mets come and buy them. It's tired and it's old, and the smaller market teams it's just not entertaining anymore to me whatsoever.
Those teams got to pay huge luxury taxes to do that. So what you need to do is ask your Atlanta organization, what are you doing with all that money that you're getting from the Yankees, the Mets, and the Dodgers? Are you putting that in your pocket, or are you putting that into the players?
Well,
you would think with the salaries that the Dodgers have that they'd win 120 games.
Well, they did win the World Series.
They're over $400 million in like salary for the year, aren't they?
Well, yeah, because if you don't count Ohtani's like $1 billion salary, yeah.
Well, I mean yearly. I'm talking about yearly.
Yeah.
I mean they're over $400 million for the year for the season, right?
But
in salary.
I mean, listen, I didn't mean to draw boring baseball into our football conversation, but I'm just giving a quick shout out to my Cubs fans out there.
Nobody cares.
There isn't any.
Oh, hi, Mike.
There isn't any out there.
Oh, Mike said hi.
Combat baseball.
Combat baseball. Another intelligent thought. Thanks, Mike.
Jesus. All right. Well, since I've been kind of the guy all night long, Ed, I think I'm going to call it quits after 4 hours and 20 minutes.
So you're taking us out of here?
I'm going to take us out of here. 2 nights in a row.
Yeah, you're sleeping.
We've spent over almost 7 hours behind the camera. I think I've had enough for this week. So I think that's going to conclude our second annual draft coverage on the bottom line. It may not have been as sexy as Ed wanted it, because he was so enthusiastic all night long.
It was almost a nothing burger.
I mean,
saying,
aside from the Bears tight end pick number 10,
it was fun. But look at the draft picks. How many times in the top 10 have you not?
Are they supposed to make up players?
Quarterbacks, wide receivers. I mean, they
can only draft what's available, bud.
Yeah,
that's how this works.
There was nothing.
This isn't Madden, okay? They can't invent players.
Games are still won in the trenches, Ed. But you've been a Vikings fan. You really don't know anything about that. So
you at least your team did something smart with their pick.
That's right.
The three of us can't say
we
that.
beefed up our offensive line. What'd you got? Oh, that's right. You got another tight end.
Now's the time to
we got our 85th tight end on our roster.
Yeah. Time to get out of here. Everybody, thanks for tuning in.
Peace.
We'll see you next Wednesday.
Thanks for watching,
recap of Week 5 in the UFL. You'll see Chad back here in August when we kick off the NCAA NFL conversation. So we apologize for bringing him back for the NFL coverage.
Yeah, teasing you.
Deal with it. Just a tease.
Just teasing you.
It's just a tease. So, Ed, I mean, you haven't talked all night long. Is there anything else? Or can we just kick this out of here?
I think you summed it up there.
All right. We will see you
Snooze and Ed.
next Wednesday, 8 o'clock.
Central.
We're out of here.
And that's the bottom line.